that all you're made of? Whatever ain't right, prove it on yourself. Revisit your act, results are parallel. Living on a timeline, then there's done that, gold up and dead. Instead of being bitter, back up, go grab your keys. Follow the stunt driver who hit the tip top of an adventure. Ready to relish everyday desire. The fire lighting up the way. Let go what holds us back. Take over, then and dip it together. Breaking the barrier. What's the better? 'Cause we can zigzag, show them this is our own track. Look out, we won't get caught up. Look like you don't care, walking the dust off. Is that what you do? Is that all you're made of? Whatever ain't right, prove it on yourself. Revisit your act, results are parallel. Living on a timeline, then there's done that, gold up and dead. Instead of being bitter, back up, go grab your keys. Follow the stunt driver who hit the tip top of an adventure. Ready to relish everyday desire. The fire lighting up the way. Let go what holds us back. Take over, then and dip it together. Breaking the barrier. What's the better? 'Cause we can zigzag, show them this is our own track. Look out, we won't get caught up.
What it is, ladies and gentlemen, how y'all doing today? Crystal, Brian, tax evasion, a rainy day. We all know I picked for the full. What you pick for the poll, bro? All of them are vicious, bro. I like how nobody's picked Augusta. They're like, oh shit, hell no, that looks scary, bro. That'll be wildin', bro.
Oh, there you are.
All them options are scary though. I'm not gonna lie. All them options make me do a double take. All right, let's see. Boom. We got work to do today, chat. I was testing some stuff before I went live, editing some videos, but also testing some stuff, bro. Trying to make sure, you know, everything works perfectly. We got a lot of stuff to do today, actually. I know we're like right around the corner, but I want to do a bunch of stuff. I want to do all of these. I'm kind of, that's a whole lot. That's like 100+ asteroids. Holy shit. Y'all be doing this? God damn. It's a whole lot, bro. Y'all know what we got to do first, though. We got to do Tacit, bro. Let's go. Am I live on YouTube? Yep. I'm live on YouTube and Twitch. Yo, if Cantarella can live the poison, so can I, you know. Well, see, the difference is Cantarella's been eating and training with that potion pretty much her whole life. You haven't. You take that potion, you dead. What is this poll? What do you mean? Seems like a normal poll, nah? Let's go. Let's go.
To the surviving land.
Who can I pair with her, bro? Like, I don't even know. I'm gonna just rock her like this for now. She can do work, right? Hold on, let me pin this real quick. Pin. There we go. Bro, we like run the gauntlet, travel around, get bitten by a shit ton of snakes until you're immune, then take the potion. That's crazy. What are these questions? What y'all talking about, bro? Seem like pretty normal questions, nah?
Dark forces approach. Be on guard.
PB over here. Am I ready for tomorrow? Oh yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow, bro. Holy Boink, right here, bro. How you doing, Eden? Diabolical pull. First thing I... Did we just get jet bombed out of nowhere, chat? I think we just got jet bombed out of nowhere, chat. Dropped the jet bomb emotes over on Twitch, ladies and gentlemen. We just cleared a tacit field and got a jet bomb, bro. How close are we? Let me see how much we got right now. We're at 170,000 astrites. We are very close to 200,000 astrites, ladies and gentlemen. We are gonna be S6R5ing Augusta. Shout out to Big Balls Jet Black, bro. That was crazy. I was not expecting that out of nowhere, bro. Your luck, congratulations. Hey, that's the big homie Jet. Yo, I just got some crazy emotes too that I put on Twitch. Hold on, let me show you guys. We got the I'm choking emote in case I choke, right? We got the dancing emote right here. Homie said nutted. That's crazy. I'm gonna put you on blast right here, Jet. Look, boom, nutted. It's on the screen, bro. We also got the Augusta emote because we're ready for Augusta. Look at that, bro.
May thy
Yes, sir.
endure forever. Never
We got the YOOOO dancing emote as well, bro. Added today. Look at that. And then if we really gonna get freaky because we wilding with one of these characters, we got this emote. You know what I'm saying? So we got all kinds of emote over on Twitch, chat. Do be sure to drop your prime sub on your boy's head top whenever you can. How you doing, Jet? If you get S6R5 Augusta, I'm robbing you. That's a crazy thing to say, bro. I thought we was boys. I told y'all in my latest video, bro, Augusta is mine, bro. She ain't y'all's. Everybody thinking, you know, Augusta's their waifu. Nah, bro, she mine. You know what I mean? Boink. The holy boink.
leave it to me.
In the name of Imperator. Oh. I actually thought that we were, bro, that jet bomb was like perfectly timed. Like I cleared the hologram and it just appeared like right as I was clearing the hologram. I was not expecting that, bro. Let me see. None of these are good. You'll rob him, I'll pull up on you and take your girl and steal your mom. Damn, homie gonna become your stepdaddy. And he gonna take your girl at the same time. That's some aura right there, bro. Big shout out to Jet. Thank you for the $20 dono, bro. Blessing us out here, man. Appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. Homie said, you ain't ready for it. You ain't ready.
Dark forces approach.
Bro, Peebs is still doing mad work. For real, bro. Shout out to Jet. Oh, shit.
Together we stand. Leave it to me.
Bro, I gotta level up Shorekeeper's outro. So she does work when I do my outro. How much time do we have until the next banner? I'll tell you after this. Give me a second. Give me 1 segundo, por favor. We have 16 hours until the banners leave, but there's some maintenance, isn't there? There's probably like a long maintenance, like they usually do, or not. I don't know. Yeah, we still got a little bit of time. We still got just a little bit. Homie said, Jet, does that mean I get to call you daddy? You're wildin', bro. Yeah, there usually is an update, so we might have to be waiting for the update. You can call me whatever, just don't call me late to dinner. True, bro. Should I do one more? Because the thing is, I usually just, for the last 2 weeks, I've only done 2 refreshes. I haven't been doing refreshes at all. Because I'm trying to save as much asteroids as possible. But I've been doing just 2 refreshes, trying to catch up on the materials for Augusta, because it's been rough with materials, bro. Oh, now they're getting melted, bro. Holy boink! Yeah, bro, so it's probably 17. No, but still, it's probably, like, the server is definitely gonna go on at, like, 9, 10 p.m. That's usually when servers go live. I can't do more refreshes. I don't want to waste asteroids. We need to summon. What is this? Anything here? Bro, all these are doo-doo. Why? Alright, that's enough. Can't be out here wasting more currency. We do our little daily grinding, bro. I'm done. Well, appreciate you, Jet. Bro, if we had animated emotes, I would add them to YouTube, but yeah, we can. Maintenance begins in 20 hours and lasts for 7 hours. Oh, shit. So, we have 16 hours left of this, right? And then we have 7 hours. No, because if it begins in 20 hours, we have, well, 20 hours less. We have 27. There's no way we have 27 hours. Because usually the patch goes live at around, like, 10 p.m. So, well, actually, that lines up. Shit. That's actually kind of, you know, on point. Free pulls from shop. Reset tomorrow. Yes, bro. Bro, I need all the little asteroids I can get. When the hell is the things that reset? Is it here? Nope. Here? Yeah. 16 hours, bro. What up, Zenobius? Yeah, YouTube crap for emotes. Wish they would update and put animated. Yeah, I'd have some dope animated emotes if I could. Yeah, I need to get me these. That's 7, 7, 7, and how many of these? 5, bro. And then this, because I really need that. Yeah, we're good. We are good. We're low on asteroids, but we're good on luck. Hopefully Augusta will treat us right. That's what we really want, bro. We did an S6 for Lova, so I hope Augusta treats us right. Alright, let's see. What do we got now? We already did that. I was doing just side quests yesterday, getting everything cleared off the screen. Trying to make sure that I had everything out of the way. But I probably still have a bunch, so we're going to do more quests today. Yay. What is this shit? I don't know. We're going to do this one first. We're going to try to do as many quests as possible, bro. The update is 36 gigs. Yeah. Yeah, but they said that the update is going to, like, make your file really big, and then it's going to go back down to normal size after. So don't pre-download if you don't want to. Just do it when it's officially live after the patch and everything. Oh yeah, by the way, I finally got Male Rover. It feels weird seeing Male Rover. I've never played with Male Rover on my screen. So, like, it feels so weird to actually see Male Rover on my screen right now. But I had to do it, bro. Please proceed with the quest following the objectives. What? What do you mean? What do I got to do with this, chat? Head to the event page and participate in the event. What? Okay. What event is that, bro? What is that, chat? I don't even know. Turn your fondest memories into unique cube souvenirs in the second coming of Solaris. Head to the event page and participate in the event. Okay. Is that just a regular cube event and I just missed something from it, I guess? I'm so confused. Oh, Crystal, that looks professional. What am I supposed to do, bro? I'm confused. I do not get these. Yeah, I don't know what I gotta do, bro. Clear Bowser 20. Do I just gotta clear 21? I thought I did that. Did I not clear it? I don't know. Yeah, because I be freaking out every single update. Like, how's my PC gonna keep up? Yeah, bro, it be feeling crazy every time. Oh, we didn't have baby girl at the time, bro. What? Let's go like this. I don't even remember who I had built, bro. I don't remember what to do here, bro. What up, Bonnie? How you doing?
I hit cowering prey. The fight is on! Climax of the show! Attack is one! Same actor, different. Together we roll. Take four. With me to victory!
I just want to get that quest out of the way. I don't even know if I got to do this for that quest, bro. Why is that thing all the way over there, bro? Ain't no way. Can't see shit.
I hit cowering prey. At the helm.
There we go. I want to get all my quests done little by little, like over the next month or so. Check your previous message. You have to go into Cube World and find the Orange Kubot and speak to him. Where is Cube World? How do I get in there? Oh, I wasn't looking. Uh-oh. Can I revive her? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, she's going to revive anyway. We're good. We're good. We're good. So I don't got to do this? Like, low-key, I ain't trying to do this, bro. God damn. Okay, so I don't gotta do this. Okay. Let me get out of here and we'll try that again. Oh, give me something. So it's to this guy. It has to be here, right? And who do I gotta find? The orange cube. This motherfucker. No, I gotta find something else. What do I gotta do? And then what do I do? I just like talk to him and shit. The only dialogue box that I have with this dude is bringing me back here. Nah, look, there's no chat, nothing with the dude. Can I delete that quest from my quest list, bro? My OCD is gonna kill me if I can't finish that. 3 years down, I'm gonna have that quest in there, bro. As a new idea to turn your fondest memories into unique cube souvenirs, in the second comment, head to the event page to participate in the event. Collect the memories with the cubes and turn them into cool Lolo. What the fuck are we talking about, bro? Yeah, no, I really can't do anything. I don't know if I gotta... I think I have to beat this. The thing is, I'm pretty sure I beat it, bro. Or not? Shit, I don't know. I'm gonna just try to finish it. If that doesn't do it, I'll just go do something else. Because ain't no way.
I hear cowering prey. I'll end you.
Let's see what this looks like. Die, evil.
Let the flames rise! Victory's mine!
So I got no dupes here or something? What just happened? Let's see.
In the limelight! Same actor, different. Together we
Am I really going to S6R5 Augusta? Yes. That is the plan, my friend.
epic shot.
Bro, why is this thing so tanky, bro? No way, bro. I'm just gonna stop holding back. I have this bad habit of like holding back and just like not using echo because I'm waiting for the next wave. Bro, die. Jesus, that shit was actually pissing me off. That thing was not dying. What did I just say? I said I'm not gonna hold back. Fuck y'all. There we go. It depends how lucky I get, brother. Yeah, bro, I be holding my cubes for no reason, bro.
Different roll.
I hit cowering. Together we vanish. Sever. Be reduced to cinders.
Why am I in this event? Twitter will call me a tourist. Oh no! Twitter's gonna call me something, bro. No way. They can't do that to me, bro. It would hurt my feelings. I'm in this event because I got a quest that I don't know how to fucking finish, bro. And I don't know how the hell to get it off my quest tab. And I'm checking to see if it's in here. Die, evil.
The limelight. Same actor, different role.
There we go.
At the helm. Listen careful, climax of the show. Same actor, different role.
Bro, this event is straight up ass. Like, ain't no way. Trying to land, buddy?
Beckon the divine flames. Take form. I'll end with me to victory. The shame.
Let the flame.
Bro, I'm hitting this thing with everything. That thing ain't even budging.
Story. Ouchie, it's but a splash. Same actor, different role. It's but a splash.
Crazy behavior, bro. Taking all of that damage and not dying. Build the cubes. Bro, there's no way. I don't want to do this. I just want to get that quest out. Do I really got to finish this to get that quest done? Because, fuck. That's so ass.
Epic shot. It's but a splash. Same actor, different role. It's but a splash. It's but a splash.
Take form.
Straight up like this is really tedious, but co-op with homies was fun. Yeah, this is tedious. You still have that quest, so it has to be this. It has to be what I'm doing right here. Right? That's like the only thing. Oh, nah, bro. I'm gonna have to do that thing for the quest to go away. Shit, I guess we're gonna have the quest forever.
Together we will. Who's the caged bird now?
Because I do not want to do that, bro.
Take form.
At the helm. Perfect. It's but a splash. Same actor, different role.
Stop dodging, bro.
Feathers and cinders. Be reduced to cinders. Take form.
Yeah, so definitely my rotations with my freaking little echo things are off because when I look at the times, I'm like, I haven't even reached the first chest, bro. God damn. Oh, she died.
Sacrifice.
Ugh.
Let the flame.
I'm guessing I gotta get all those little chests, right?
Same actor, different role.
Applaud for McRyan and the Speartip.
I hear cowering prey.
Glory is upon us.
Epic shot. Victory's mine. Climax of the show. Same actor, different role.
Where the hell did it go? I legit barely did this because I hated this event, bro. I didn't hate it. It just wasn't that good, you know? Bro, I've killed like 3 bosses and I haven't even reached the first chest. How many bosses do you gotta go through to get to the freaking 4th chest? What? The entire roster of the game 3 times? Sounds crazy.
In the limelight.
Attack us once.
Same actor, different role.
Be reduced to cinders. Take form.
I know I have to build the cubes. I just don't wanna. It's the only option I have, I know. Damn, but the fact that you really gotta build your cubes this much to fucking clear it is kinda ass, bro.
Same actor, different role.
Fuck them cubes, bro. Yeah, the little powers on the cubes were pretty cool. The cubes felt a lot more important per se than the echoes that we use in the game.
Caged bird now.
Patch 2.3 was kind of doo-doo for being an anti-patch. What do you mean, kinda? 2.3 for being an anti-patch was straight up dog water, bro. Let's be real.
Let the flames.
There was no hype to it. It felt like a regular ass patch, but since you knew it was the freaking why am I slowed? But since you knew it was the anniversary, it was even worse, bro.
Same actor, different role.
Feathers and silk. Be reduced to cinders.
Gotta go work now. J-Mac, appreciate you being here, mate.
Take form.
Let's see. There were so many numbers that crashed my game. Sometimes cubes are... Yeah, cubes are OP, bro. They're really strong. Oh, she dead.
Climax of the show. Same actor, different role.
Together.
I'm gonna have to hire an account manager just to finish this quest because I don't want to do all this.
Fine flames.
Or get one of my friends to carry me through it that has built all their stuff because I'd be lazy, bro.
Same actor, different role.
There you go. That's some good damage right there.
Brad salutes you. Beyond my beloved horizon. In the limelight.
And then we're getting back out of this because this is kind of whack.
Tis but a splash. Same actor, different role.
Take form.
That's a whole lot of damage they're getting right there. They said, nah, not even close.
At the helm. Same actor, different role.
Together we vanish. Take form.
You pretty much just gotta keep quick swapping non-stop and just keep dropping every single echo every time you got it up. It's fucking annoying gameplay, bro.
Flames rise.
Or they just invisible, bro. Was this one we try to beat all my times? Yeah, this was the one. I don't want to do this. I don't even know which ones are the ones that I actually have built, bro. So this is the quest that we still got to do. Oh, no. That's insane. Let me delete this quest. That's crazy. I'm gonna have to do that off stream, or it's gonna, like, just kill my head to actually even worry about that. Let's do some of these exploration quests. Let's go. Build Jinshi, Cardathea, and Roshia cubes. I have Roshia and Jinshi kind of built. I don't think I've touched Cardathea.
Answer me.
Okay, we going in. I ain't never done that. Does this unlock anything, bro? Because I remember in 1.0, oh shit, it would unlock stuff when you would do these exploration quests. Nope, we ain't watching the story. That's an exploration quest. Oh shit. Oh, everything's shaking. Anybody actually be reading them little notes that just happen to be somewhere around the world?
Such joyful.
Jinshi, Cam, and SK. Mine right now have been Jinshi, Camellia, and Roshia. But yeah, I gotta build them up because I gotta clear floor 21 to get that freaking quest off of me. And I know there are some people in my Discord that have really well built like cubes and shit, so I'm gonna see if they can carry me to victory, because I do not want to be building. Whoa, I do not want to be building anything. Whoa. Whoa. Oh shit. Whoa. What the hell? Boy, we don't even got that in the game. What the hell was that? Yeah, we don't got that in the game. Why we get some doodoo ass little dragons, but we don't get this thing? What? Can I go faster? I want to see what that thing is up close. That's kind of crazy. Oh shit. Now we're sliding down everywhere. Yo, parkour like crazy. Yo, let me grab onto the dragon. Oh shit. Yo, look at Peebs go, dog. Look at Peebs, bro, just being a goat. That's crazy. What the hell is that, bro? We gonna have to fight that shit? Oh. Whoa. Yo, what up, Lit Money? How you doing, man? I don't even have my team like that. What the hell? Yo, y'all did this? That's actually crazy. Oh. Yo, I'm telling you, we need one of these dragons in the game. That would be lit. How long did I sleep? Auto play. Let's let it play. I'm hot. Let me get some water. Yo, Rax, what's good? How you doing? Live stream started while you were taking a nap. Hope it was a good nap, though. Tomorrow's gonna be the best weight room. Tomorrow we're going in, bro. Oh, we gotta fight it? Yo, look at this freaking majestic looking thing. What the hell? Why haven't we seen that ever? That should be an echo, bro. What? Does that thing evolve? Does that turn into the big ass ugly dragon that we fight later? Hey, yo, look at me getting more stuff, bro. Getting loots, man. Oh, I got a summon, chat. Hold on. I got a summon. We about to get something. Watch. I got a single pull right here. Right here, bro. We about to get something. Peep. That didn't happen. Let's move along. Let's go. What up, Latralius? Yeah, bro. That dragon looked cool as hell, bro. Yeah, I'm doing good, guys. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Y'all excited for tomorrow? Foreshadowing? I mean, that should have been a new echo. For real. Like, it should have been. There we go. Ooh. Look at all these things here. Oh, never mind. I thought it was going to be random echoes. Oh, bro. There's just enemies everywhere. Latin, what's your summoning plan, man? You're going for Shorekeeper or you're going for Augusta or like what's your play? Alright, we broke free from it. Was that all the quest was, low-key? We gotta do the companion quest and the event quest. Oh no. What is this? Well, this is definitely one of the missions. Exit the co-op mode to complete the quest. I'm gonna do that another day. What is this? What is this, bro? Hold on. Can't stay very busy for now. Yo, Brant's over here at the bar being a goat. I don't want to talk to him, so he stays there. Shit. Let's talk to the goat, bro. Yeah, lad has some crazy luck, bro. Hi, Brent. Hey, bro, I'm literally actually doing them. Oh, hell no. I gotta... He's an Apex dueler. He's gonna cheat, chat. He's gonna cheat. Oh, no. I gotta beat Brant. He's level 10. He got 55. He's cheating, chat. He's cheating. I don't even remember how to play. Alright, let's see what happens, man. I don't even remember how to play, bro. I know Brant's gonna be cheating. He's a pirate, bro. Oh, you see what I'm saying? He already got like baby Exodia on the field, bro. Okay, we'll use that. There we go. We don't have enough energy, so what does this do? I don't remember what these things did, bro. Hold on. There we go. Let's throw this here. Shit, that's not gonna live. That's not gonna live, bro. You think it's worth going for R2 Augusta or R1 Augusta with R2 Shorekeeper? R2 Shorekeeper fits everywhere, right? Like, R2 Shorekeeper is a character you can literally fit on any team. So, I don't know. Really depends on you. There's no way I'd live. One tapped. Oh, maybe not. I'm just over here tickling it, bro. It really depends on the state of your account. You can never go wrong with going for R2 Shorekeeper for that pretty big buff. Now you'd be getting crit rate, crit damage, and attack. But if you're really in desperate need of a strong DPS, you really can't go wrong with Augusta. You don't got any Astrite right now. Gotta start wailing, lat. Porfirio, what's good, man? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I've been good. Bro, what we gonna do? Act a fool, bro. Let's go. Let's go like that and like this, I guess. Boom. We'll go here. We'll go here. Now we got 3. We'll do this. We'll move this here. And shit. I guess that's it, bro. Fight. See what we can do. Who has tons of exploration to do? Latralius? Probably. Yo, why aren't they fighting? What's going on, chat? The hell? Okay, I was about to say. There we go. We'll leave it at 2x right now. Yo, what's up, man? How you doing? I do not know what your name says, but welcome to the stream. Draw? What you mean draw? Okay. Oh, we got a chicken out. That's, you know, let's see what we can do. Let's go like this. Like this. Like that. Like that. Hey, hopefully that works. It translates to Alchemist. Oh, what's good, mate? Full Metal Alchemist. Yeah, like I saw people talking about how, because someone asked me, is Shorekeeper still worth it, right? And people were talking about how Shorekeeper's falling off, and I was like, I don't know about all that now. Like, I don't know about all that now. And then they proceeded to say a lot of very interesting things, but at the same time, some of these things aren't like a reason for the fall off. You know what I'm saying? I think it's just misinterpreted to what they were saying, but what is this? Shit. I maybe shouldn't have done that. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I might lose this one. I think I'll lose this one. I'm definitely pulling her because I can't afford all these mono element setups. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, so basically the argument from the side that was saying that Shorekeeper's falling off is the fact that when you look at the current meta teams, you have Brant, Lupa, Shangli, Mono Fusion. Then you have Arrow Rover, Siakona, Cardathea, Mono Arrow. Then you have the Havoc team with Rosha, Frolova, and Cantarella, right? So that was their argument, right? As to why, you know, these teams are falling off. And all I heard was, yeah, just get every premium unit for every team that you have and you'll be fine. And I was like, well, no shit. Like, if I get every single unit for every single team, of course, you know, maybe I won't need Shorekeeper. But we're talking about a character that it's the second best option in a lot of these teams, sometimes competing with the character they're replacing, and you could slot it into every single team. Like what are we talking about, bro? Y'all know that I like my teams with their respective premium teammates, but just because all these teams have their very specific limited characters and they don't use Shorekeeper, that's not necessarily a reason to say Shorekeeper's falling off. Shorekeeper's value is the fact that she can literally replace one character from any of those teams and the team will still perform beautifully. And then you won't have to get multiple characters to specialize every single team. So, like, you know? I don't know where the whole Shorekeeper's falling off is coming from. That shit makes no sense to me, but, you know. What do I know? I have S6 characters, apparently. Apparently that doesn't count and shit. You know, I get to put the super monkey. Oh, he got the super monkey, bro. Shit, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Boom. And now my super monkey's gonna be even more super, bro. Look at that. Bam! There we go. There we go. Damn, bro, these monkeys going crazy. People say SK is falling off. Are usually people who have both Mono Fusion and Mono Havoc teams. They just want to loathe on SK. I have no idea how expensive it is to build the Mono Fusion or Mono Havoc teams. So you see, I have Mono Fusion and I have Mono Havoc. I have Mono Fusion full S6. My Havoc has S6 Cantarella and I don't have S6 Frolova or Rosha, but I do have S6 Camellia. And even having all those characters at S6, even being a person that doesn't like SK, I don't like the concept of using SK on every team. It just bores me. Even with all that, I still know how valuable SK is with every team. And, like, her value is through the roof for anybody, even at this junction in the game. Now, if we talk about, well, what if you're a veteran and you've been playing the game for like a year and you never got SK? No. Should I still pull her? I mean, you probably have every character. You probably have Mono Fusion, Mono Havoc, fucking Mono Arrow. Like, you probably don't need SK. I'm gonna be honest. But if we're talking about the majority of the player base, yeah, you're gonna want SK, bro. Like, what are we talking about, bro? Yo, did this bumper clock beat me, bro? Yo, hold on, Bank. This man beat me. This man actually beat me. I'm kind of worried right now, bro. Kind of worried, man. Too strong. SK has the highest value in the game. You got me sold on the R2 Shorekeeper. She's amazing. Shorekeeper's still a must-pull unit at the end of the day, and people who say that she's falling off are coping. 100%. I agree. SK falls off only with teams of cards since the attack buffs are dead stats. Who says SK's falling off? I've seen random people talking about SK falling off, bro. Random forums or discords. Ugh. Did I win? No, I lost. No, I won? No, I don't know. Did I win? Bro, Brandt is just AIDS. This man does not die. The car echo is going to kill you. It damages you directly to your 3 scaling up to infinite the longer the battle passes. Wait, what? The thing is, I don't know how to deal damage to this thing. I don't think I can. I gotta do a different deck. You need to do the cheat strategy when you stack 50 cards and win in 1 or 2 moves. How the hell do you do that? Bro, it's like Yu-Gi-Oh nowadays. I hate Yu-Gi-Oh, bro. I used to be a big Yu-Gi-Oh fan, and then nowadays is like I be watching people play that shit. It just feels trash, bro. Nah, this dude's OP, bro. How's he so strong? It's because he's Brent. It's because he's Brent. That's just the reality of it, bro. Alright, bro. We're over here playing Yu-Gi-Oh with Rover. Did I hit him? How am I not, bro? Come on, Brent. I know you're a pirate, but you don't gotta be out here cheating, bro. What does this do? It's getting too drawn out, bro. Alright, I'm doing this one and we're backing out and we're gonna do some actual gaming, bro. We're gonna go do some echoes or something, bro. Gotta farm. I gotta check how much mats I have. I'm pretty sure I have everything ready for Augusta, though. Pretty damn sure. Yeah, bro, his car starts cheating, bro. Look how crazy all his units are, bro. Like, he got them all full health, pretty much. That's insane, bro. He melts me down like it's nothing. Nah, he cheated, bro. Seems Fortune is smiling on me. Brent, you suck. You cheating, bro. I'll fight you a different day. People make guides? True. I could, bro, I hate these events, bro. Like, not gonna lie, these events are so doo-doo, bro. Alright, let's change PB back to her actual build, bro. She's supposed to be on Moonlit. One of these. Oh, I gotta build a Moonlit for freaking what's-her-face. Bro, all my Moonlits are trash. Now I gotta, like, fix my Moonlits for, you know. Crazy. That's the monkey effect that heals your echo. Monkey cheating, bro. When what? Dude, events or no events, pick your poison. Wanna get cooked. When will the update come out? In about a day, give or take. Around this time tomorrow, the event should the new update should be out. Let me check something real quick, chat. Did I already use my weekly buffs or not? I haven't. I'm not gonna use them. I'm just yeah, I'm just not gonna use them. I'm just gonna farm regular 1-cost electro echoes, bro. Like always, them 1-cost ends up being the biggest pains for me, bro. Proceed. Let's go. Thanks. You liked the video. Appreciate you for that. Yo, just finished those side quests. There ain't much to farm for Augusta besides her new flower and fake king's ascendant material. I mean, I like min-maxing, so I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be out here doing. I already have 2 echoes that I'm gonna be using on Augusta, bro. So I'm excited for that. Hold on. Before I do that, let me eat some food. There we go. Kyofu, what's good, man? Welcome to the stream. Bro, like, my Cardathea is so weak in comparison to, like, how strong she can be. Can you farm for Augusta Echoes right now? You can farm the 2-piece for Augusta right now. You can farm the Electro set or the Attack set, it depends. And that's if you don't already have some pieces left over, right? Anime Zone, when does the update drop? About 20 hours, 20 some hours. Yeah, there you go, 26 hours. Give or take. There's gonna be maintenance and all, so probably after that. Wait, up there? Oh, hell no. Hold on, let's see. Why 2-piece? Because Augusta's Echo set is a 3-piece Echo set. So you still have 2 extra slots that you can, you know, put in there.
The night's challenge has arrived.
What up, Clasher? Clasher use.
Such is that blessing. Thanks for watching.
Let me get some of these echoes, man.
Mind the tempo.
I want to do more side quests, but I've ran into like 4 that are being a pain.
Such is that blessing.
I don't want to be stuck doing any of those events quests. Those are so ass, bro. It's actually insane.
Be gone, wicked souls.
Break currently for about 5 minutes. You're on break. What do you be doing, Clasher? Put me out there a whole bouncer in the club and shit. That's something, well, it's not really new.
The power to
She has the same thing, right? She has a 3-piece and then a 2-piece. So like right here we have the 3-piece of Dreaming of the Lost, and then you have the 2-piece of Havoc Eclipse. It's the same for Augusta from what we saw. So she's gonna have a 3-piece, and then you're gonna have 2 down here, which you would run Void Thunder or Lingering Tunes. But I mean, with the addition to flying in the 1.0 map with this update, it's gonna be so much easier to farm these 1 costs, bro.
such is that blessing.
I'll be getting stuck on this rock. Yo, y'all be wilding for that pick you guys have going on in the poll, bro. You guys are wild. That's all I gotta say, man. Y'all are wild. We got some reactions that we gotta do later today, chat. We got some interesting videos that you guys posted on my Discord. I wonder how Augusta's gonna... Cause, like, bro, I'm gonna be honest. I know I gotta build Mortifi for Augusta for now. But, like, I don't wanna. I really don't wanna build this dude. So he's definitely just gonna be running like this, bro. Like, with these echoes, level 70 weapon, half built, very low on all these, bro. Like, he's just gonna be running like this, bro, until YOOOO comes out. So that's why you were farming in open world now? Yeah, that's why I've been farming in open world for the last several days, yeah. Like, I already have some pieces for her. I'm gonna try the 43311, and I'm also gonna try the 44111 to see which one gives me more damage. I've gotten her this piece right here. It's a 3-cost with crit damage, crit rate, heavy attack, because she wants heavy attack, and energy regen, which is a good piece. I got this right here with crit damage, attack, crit rate, resonance, liberation. So either one of these will work. It just depends on how I got the build looking. This one's looking nice, but I do want heavy attack stacking. And then I got this one with attack, crit damage, crit rate, heavy attack, and basic. And this one that has heavy, crit rate, crit damage, and energy regen. So, you know. And I wanted to build a 4-cost for the 44111, but I'm gonna wait until Homegirl actually drops, because I've been getting hoed, bro. You don't need to. He can be ran like Sanhua. Yeah. But at the same time, bro, it just feels weird not to run a max, you know, duped unit, or maxed, you know, maxed out unit, bro. Homie got a freaking part-time job. Yo, Clasher's gonna be banking now. 1,000 gates farming. Oh wait, it's gone this week. I don't think you can 1,000 gateways farm for Augusta, bro, because they're nightmare echoes. I was about to ask 43311 versus 4111, but you already said, yeah, I'm gonna be testing them on stream. Like, if we can get a build, like a decent build going day one, because that's gonna be the real problem, chat. Getting that build going because of the nightmare echo. So if we can get lucky and we get our build day one that looks decent, I will test what feels better. But like, in all honesty, I can't give you like a for sure on the build until I get better echoes. So we're gonna have to wait and see. Because I don't know about them nightmare echoes, but like, I don't mind the whole nightmare fields where you go and farm a good amount. Like, that's fine. But the fact that we're kind of just stopped and we can't farm anymore is kind of shit. Yo, Grimfield, what's good? Intentionally nerfed echo farming. Yeah, I don't know why they did that. I ain't even gonna lie. Hold on, let me take off this quest. It's fucking giving me AIDS. There we go. Now it looks all clean. I'm also wondering, bro, like, I do want an S6R5 Augusta. I'm gonna tell y'all straight up. But I have a problem with teams ever since I started playing the Mono Fusion team. Every team feels like crap to play, bro, as opposed to the Mono Fusion. It's annoying, I know. Maybe it's because I have Shorekeeper on multiple teams, so I don't like the way that feels. Because going from Siakona to Cardathia is okay. Like, that feels alright. But it's just, bro, the Mono Fusion team feels so good to play that whenever I'm playing any other team, it just doesn't hit, bro. But I've been playing with the Mono Fusion for like a week, so I figured I'll just change it today. They saw y'all were farming 1,000 gateway chests for new characters, and they're like, oh yeah? Y'all think you're gonna one-up us? And then they drop the nightmare echoes. Yeah, Mono Fusion feels like it's not even close, bro. Whoa. Why are they looking at me like that? Alright, Farms. You had 700 chests in your inventory. That's crazy behavior. Homie, the Cremoni of chests, bro. Out here holding them all. By the way, guys, check out the latest videos that we dropped on the channel. There's some interesting stuff in there, bro. Some funny videos as well. And like I said, we will be giving out 2 Loot Night subscriptions tomorrow when the patch goes live after my summons. All you gotta do is like and comment on the videos, and that's it. Oh, not this again, bro. Not this again. I feel that when you teleport to an echo, it should just teleport you like right next to it. Like right freaking next to it, bro.
The night's challenge has arrived.
Pretty much inside it, bro. See, if I could fly, I might be able to find this quicker, but Krim would be proud. Yeah, Krim would be proud of homie with his 700 chests, bro. That's insane. Bro, anybody that said they didn't want flight in 1.0 is a straight up hater, bro. If you were one of those people saying that you didn't want flight to be added to 1.0, y'all could suck a fat one, bro. Y'all was out here putting people through this bullshit for fun, bro. That's insane.
The night's challenge has arrived.
Homies out here just trying to be successful and shit, and y'all having them do this? Nah. That's wild. That's why I don't play mono, and I'm more into the traditional way of playing and mix matching stuff. It's not about the mono that makes it cool. It's about how smooth everything flows into each other. That's what makes it great. Like, it wouldn't matter if the characters weren't mono as long as they just rolled perfectly into each other, and that's how it feels, bro. Yo, I think Fly for 1.0 is good, but I don't think it was like a necessity like other people are saying. It was a necessity. Do this. Start a brand new account.
Has arrived.
After you play all of 2.0, go and play 2.6, right? Right, and then right after, go start a brand new account, and don't skip anything. Like, do the whole 1.0 story, all of that stuff, and tell me how it feels to play through 1.0, having to explore these freaking areas, farm for echoes, look for the little chest, everything, without being able to fly. Don't fly though. It feels like doo-doo. It feels like straight up trash. Okay, you started a month ago. So you don't have the flight stuck in your head like most of us that have been flying for the past like 5-6 months, bro. If you just now, like just a month ago, right? You're still fresh to the whole exploring. Flight feels like a cool, fresh new addition rather than like a part of freaking life, bro. That shit feels like ass. And I played 3 accounts on launch, and I maxed explored the maps on all 3. So, yeah. It was ayos.
The night's challenge.
Well, yeah, the game is still good to play. The exploration in WuWa was praised from the beginning. After coming from Genshin or something like that, and then seeing the exploration here, running, no stamina while you run, the way you climb, the grapple hook, it's so good. It feels good. But once you get flight and you gotta come back to 1.0 for whatever reason, shit feels so bad. Kyofu, yeah, I used to stream. So, for those of you that are new here, I used to have a channel that was actually popping off with Withering Waves, and I eventually got hacked. I lost my YouTube channel, everything. The whole video is on my channel here. Long story short, I used to stream every day for like 8 to 10 hours. you can't really stream for 8 to 10 hours on one account. So I would always do just my main account, and then I would go onto my free-to-play account.
Tuning in.
And I would do my grinding on my free-to-play account. If I hated running from one area to another just for echoes, fly would be... Yeah, fly would be so much better. It would be so much better. Forget it, I was going to say something else, though it deleted it. What you mean?
Mind the tempo.
Howdy! Duarte, welcome to the stream. Where the hell is this thing at? Oh, right here. I cut up the story and everything. I have 100% ring of cedars or trust. I know. No, but that's what I'm saying. See, there's both sides to the coin. You said you've only been playing for a month. In a month, you don't get to dread
Challenge has arrived.
the exploration of running because you've only played a month, right? You haven't had the time to fully explore everything in 1.0, go to 2.0, fully explore everything in 2.0, and then be like, shit, now I gotta go back to 1.0. You probably haven't even gone back to 1.0. You've been in Renacida, because it's only been a month, bro. So if it's only been a month, you've literally been doing everything after the 1.0 area. 2.0, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5. All of that. So you probably went through the 1.0, and then you've just been stuck in the 2.0 areas with flight everywhere. You haven't had the need to go back to 1.0.
The night's challenge has arrived.
As a day one player, I'll still have stuff left on 1.0 maps. Having flight will be smoother. The thing is, us older players experience new, better ways of traversal in the new region. So the older ways, even though it was good, our brain already got used to the new, better traversal. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I liked Tower of Fantasy exploration always. At the beginning, midway through. But adding flight is absolutely a power move on their behalf.
If it's a duel,
Exactly, so that's what I'm saying. You're saying 2.0 is complete, and you're now going to go back to 1.0. So you haven't gone back to 1.0. So you don't know what it feels like to come back out here and farm 10 hours of 1.0 after being in 2.0 or, 2.0 forwards for hours. It feels dreadful. Like, come back to farm Augusta Echoes, you're going to hate your life, bro. And, like, I've done it, bro. Like I said, I used to stream for 8 to 10 hours in 1.0. Like, running around the entire map. And I was cool with it, but now that I've been through 2.0, bro, no flight is straight up doo-doo.
perfect chord. Wonders
We needed that flight. So that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, any player that has actively played the game, right? And then gone from 1.0 exploration to 2.0 and been like, wow, this is such a change. This feels great. That's why flight in 1.0 is such a massive thing, because now all the new players are going to get that, wow, this exploration feels even better. I heard it was good, but this is really good. So more player retention, more of all that good stuff at the very beginning of the game. And the very beginning of the game is very important. The fuck's the hole?
nice and easy.
The life of a man, eternally looking for the hole, bro. I mostly stay in Raguna. I only go to 1.0. Yeah, the only reason I'm here is because I'm just randomly farming for Augusta, bro. But I'm definitely going back to 2.0 soon. How do I get out? There we go. TOF was good with the mounts. Hey, we're gonna get mounts for 3.0, bro. We're gonna get whips, bro. That way everybody's singing that. What is it, Fenrico in his Porsche or something like that? Everybody's gonna be able to be, like, riding around on their own Porsche. Crazy. Your banner drop in 1 day, 9 hours, or in 9 hours? It drops in about 20 hours. 20 plus hours, bro.
True form. Revealed at last. March on.
25 hours for America, 19 hours for Europe.
Purified.
Which one's the patch that always drops at the same time? Bro, I hate the fact that it drops earlier for freaking Europe or Southeast Asia in a lot of gacha games. Give it to us at the same goddamn time. Please. What the hell? This is about to turn into driving. You know what I want, though? I want him to allow us to drive our vehicles, or when they add vehicles, I want him to allow us to drive our vehicles anywhere. Even bringing them back to 1.0 areas, which they probably won't. But it would be good if they did. Yo, can I, like... Okay, I guess not, bro. 1.0 busting my balls, bro. That'll be my first thing once something unlock flight in 1.0 regions. Facts, bro. It's gonna be dope. Especially now that they're doing 2 sets, or 3-piece sets. Because now that they're doing 3-piece sets is like more valuable to come down here for a while. So this is a 24-hour stream. Oh, hell nah. This is a... I could leave my PC running. Nah. This is just a regular, like, 4 hours. 3-4 hour stream. But Jinshi and Augusta are, like, kind of the same. They don't have dedicated support, which gives elemental plus skill plus heavy buff. What do you think? Who's going to be stronger? Probably Augusta. I saw something today that was very interesting, and I want to hear your guys' take on it. So basically, it was a comment on a video that said the term "but it could clear all content" is getting thrown around a little bit too loosely. Basically referring to the fact that when people talk about power creep in WuWa, they always say, well, the characters can still clear all the content, so it doesn't matter. It was an interesting take. Augusta has her best in slot. Does she, though? Does she? Because all she's like, I get that YOOOO is literally tailor-made for Augusta, to the point that it's actually stupid. Like, I get it. Yeah? But she ain't getting Electro from Augusta from YOOOO, right? And apparently we have to wait for the next character to see what it is, you know? But YOOOO is going to be the best in slot for Augusta for a hot minute, bro. I'm probably gonna S2 YOOOO. And she's gonna be giving my Augusta, I believe it's 80% damage amplification, which is actually crazy. 80% damage amp is insane. Whoa, I'm stuck, step bro. Yeah, that's real, because sometimes people say that, but it's like, how much do you have to invest to do that? Like those people who are like, I can solo the end game with Alto. Talking about soloing, someone will... I have a video dropping later that's actually kind of interesting. It's kind of regarding that, where someone pretty much said that characters like Shorekeeper, Brant and Phoebe suck because they're support characters. Like, when he says they suck, he was like, they're not top tier units. So I had to grill him. It was in my comments, bro. I just had to do it. How much do I have saved? I'll show you after I kill these things. Alright, so on summons I have 120 right here for characters and 120 for weapons. And when it comes to astrites, we have 170,000. So we're ready. We're locked and loaded, chat. As a dungeon main, I can agree with the statement with any character are still usable and can still clear, so as long as Kuro doesn't go overboard with HP inflation and requiring specific characters. So look, the problem, or the statement is not, you know, all characters being usable. Characters are being usable, and you can still clear all content with most, if not all, units in the game still. But what people are referring is the fact that they'll look at a premium team or like a character in general, let's say Cardithea, and then they'll look at a character like I don't know, Gion, for example, and they'll be like, yo, Gion is way, way, way weaker than Cardathea, right? Like, he doesn't do the damage that she does, blah, 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 blah. So it's like, okay, he can clear the endgame content, but the damage output is nowhere close to Cardathea, for example. And then people will just reply like, well, yeah, but you can still clear everything with Gion. So they kind of like undervalue the statement the other person tried to say, you know what I mean? That's where their comment was coming from. How much better is YOOOO going to be over Mort? She is not a lot, but she's better. She's definitely better. From our testing with YOOOO and with Mortifi, there was a difference in actual damage. Matter of fact, I think I have a video out. I have a video out with numbers from someone else, not from me or the people that I, do testing with. And they had all the numbers from the weapons, the teams, and the graph is in one of my latest videos. I don't remember if it's like my Augusta video, like the Augusta video or the Augusta weapon video. I don't know if it's the best Electro DPS Augusta kit reveal or is Augusta's weapon a must pull. It's in one of those videos though. Check it out when y'all can. Not gonna lie, the standard for Traversal has changed, that the 1.0 exploration is now seen as sort of passable. My experience with Genshin 1.0 versus 1.0 Traversal is freaking astronomical. And now the WuWa 1.0 Traversal feels restraining for us old players. I agree with that, bro. So it's crazy because when I first ever played Genshin Impact, I thought the exploration was freaking amazing, bro. Like gliding and everything was great. And then I got into WuWa, and the WuWa exploration from 1.0 instantly felt amazing, bro. As opposed to Genshin. And there's the type of stuff you can't say because a Genshin player is going to get mad. I don't care. But it's the reality. I love Genshin, bro. I spent thousands of dollars in Genshin. And I just got bored. Like, the reality of it is, I've been bored from Wuthering Waves every now and then, like during down periods. We all get bored when there's no content, right? While we wait for the new update. And I've thought about getting back into Genshin. And I kid you not even the vice grips of life have given me the strength to get back into Genshin. And I've wanted to, but like, dog, I turned the game on, I walk for 2 minutes, and I'm like, oh, hell no. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, chat. I've tried, bro. I've actually tried. Because I play other gachas. Like, I play just casually. I play Etheria. I play Lost Sword. But I am looking for other games. Like, we have the Duet Night of Biz that people have been talking about. We have Azure Permilia, Neverness to Everness. So I'm just looking for other games to play on the side. Because we do play games on the Discord. By the way, join the Discord. ! Discord.
The night's challenge has arrived.
Like, you can feel it is what I'm asking. Oh, yeah, you can feel it. You can definitely feel the difference with Mortifi and YOOOO, for sure. You can definitely feel it. But with that said, I would say that if you're on a budget, you're a free-to-play, right? And you're trying to save maybe for the Cyberpunk collab and you still want Augusta, I would dare say don't pull YOOOO. If you want YOOOO for Augusta, yes, YOOOO for Augusta is going to be better. Literally half of YOOOO's kit was made for Augusta. Is weird. But, yeah, I wouldn't do it. You can still do great with Mortifi on Augusta. Or Frolova. If you have Frolova, your Frolova does great with your Augusta too. Kind of weird, but it feels weirder to play with Frolova than Mortifi, but you get more damage as a team. Homie randomly dropped, it's a Mexican. I agree. Well, welcome to the stream, homie. Hope you're doing good. Have you tried climbing on Genshin? Yes. Y'all ever heard of the, what's her name? Lisa? The witch character? Yeah, I used to climb just to hear her climb, bro. You know what I'm saying? Those that know. I am echo farming. Yo, Elmo, what's good, man? What the fuck just happened? Oh. CZ's on a tough spot. It might get worse. Like Honkasaru will be steady like Genshin. We can never know. Hey, man. I don't know. One thing I will say is I hate games that have too much power creep. Like, I know there has to be a balance between terms, you know what I'm saying? We for real S6ing. Yo, you guys don't believe that I'm S6ing the character, right? Let me just show you.
The divinity may foresee the future of the world, but I doubt they can predict which song people will play tomorrow.
This one's not maxed out. Right? You guys don't believe me that I'm S6ing her, bro. S6R5ing her. I saw that Envoy of Light in you. Yeah, bro. It's not me, though. Shout out. I always say, bro, I'm humble with it. Shout out to the homie Jet, bro. What the hell? Oh. Why they? I'll go here. Augusta, Galbrina, easy skip. Collab is better, bro. I'm excited for the collab, bro. I have it's so bad though, because I have such high expectations, bro. I have such high expectations for
Tonight's challenge has
the Cyberpunk collab, and I know that's not good, bro. Cause what if they fumble it, bro? Like, what if they don't do a good story quest, or they don't give us any freebies? Every other game that's had a big collab has given out a free character. Archer, fucking Dante. If these dudes don't give out nothing, bro, on WuWa, and they don't do a nice quest, it's gonna be such a shitty collab, bro. Like, if they fumble the collab, I'm gonna be depressed, bro. And I ain't even like a Cyberpunk fan like that, bro. But, you know, we just came out from seeing a collab with Fate that gave out a free Archer, right? It don't matter if you guys say, yo, Honkai Star Rail is trash. Okay, cool. But they still gave out a free fucking Archer. One of the most popular characters from the franchise, right? We just saw Devil May Cry give out the literal face of the franchise. They just gave out Dante, right? So it's like, bro, they can't fumble this collab. This is big for WuWa. I'm excited for it, but I'm also nervous about it. The reason you hate Honkai Star Rail is because the game has so much potential, but power creep in that game is actually like your characters have a 6-month lifespan. Yeah, they do feel that way. Fate collab story was trash. Yeah. That's what I did here. The Fate story, bro, was trash. And you know what baffles me, bro? Like, what baffles me is kind of the same principle that happened to Nintendo and Pokemon when it comes to a lot of these goddamn gacha games, bro. Like, y'all know how people have been complaining about the fact that Pokemon has been, like, shit over the past several years, right? If you already have Verdant Summit and you're tight on funds, I would not get Augusta's weapon, yeah. But you know how they've been saying that, like, for so long, the Pokemon games have been trash, and, like, the Nintendo, for having so much money, they don't put enough into their Pokemon games, and, like, then came Pal World, and Pal World was pretty good, bro. I feel that it's the same with these fucking gacha game companies, bro. Like, dog, they make millions upon millions upon millions of dollars every single month. We shouldn't be getting anything less than absolute perfection every time a new patch drops, every time a new character drops, every time a new area drops. Everything should be polished to the motherfucking T. And they should be doing the most amazing freaking games. Like, it's crazy to me, bro. Yeah, billions yearly. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, it's crazy. When I saw how much money Honkai Star Rail made with Castoris, was it? Which was like 90 million, $100 million in 1 month. I was like, nah, bro, these people are cooking. You know that Fate collab is about to be the greatest thing ever. And then they drop a collab that looked the way that it looked. bro, you really can't defend it. I don't care if WuWa people. Oh, you're just shitting on Honkai, bro. I'm telling you right now, if WuWa did some bullshit like that, I would grill Withering Waves like I was the greatest Kuro hater, bro. Like it just, you can't just defend anything like that. That shit was ridiculous, bro. Horrible, horrible collab quality for a company that makes as much money as these people, bro. When is she going live? About 20 some hours. WuWa ain't gonna fuck up. They will set a new high standards for collabs in the gacha space. Hey, that's the vibe we're trying to go to, bro. That's the vibe. Have you seen the Devil May Cry 5 collabs in PGR? They exceeded it. I'm not glazing, but fumble will be a far reach too. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I doubt they will fumble it, bro. But now, do y'all think they're gonna give us a free 5-star for the PGR for the WuWa collab?
The night's challenge has arrived.
Ah. Jesus. Tell me this, is Augusta's 3-piece has 3 costs or 1? I mean, I'm going 1 3 cost, 1 4 cost, and 1 1 cost for my 3-piece Echo set. Whoops. I think people are just getting the wrong idea about collabs. If collab doesn't have fun characters, then it's going to be the worst in Fate. Oh yeah, nah, I'm not, bro. The one thing I'm not worried about is the quality of the characters from the collab. I'm gonna be honest with you. I doubt heavily, like that's the farthest thing on my mind, that Kuro would fumble the design, the kit, or the gameplay from the collab units. That's not a problem. Like, bro, Kuro cooks with every character. What I'm talking about is more so what's gonna be the story. How did they get here? Like, what's, you know, what's the event gonna look like? That's what I'm talking about when it comes to, I hope they don't fumble the collab. I'm not worried about the characters. The characters are gonna be fun as shit for sure.
Mind the tempo.
I love Scarlet and Violet. I mean, I loved every Pokemon game recently. I've had a lot of fun with it. Like, I've put hundreds of hours into them and everything. But the reality of it is that when you look at a company that has billions of dollars, you don't, bro, I'm gonna be honest, we shouldn't be expecting anything less from absolute perfection. Like, you pick up the game and your jaw drops when it's billion-dollar company. There's no reason why sometimes these indie companies make, like, there is zero reason, like zero, where an indie company should be able to drop a game with the quality being higher than a billion-dollar company. Like, it just, no. That's it. It just, absolutely no. But people don't be holding these companies accountable, you know? Do collabs ever rerun? So, I've played a lot of gacha games that have had collabs, and collabs do rerun, but it's like, it ain't like every 3 months. Like, if they rerun, they'll rerun maybe like once every year, once every 2 years type of thing. For example, in Punishing Gray Raven, I believe they reran the what is it called? The fuck, I forgot the name of the show. The collab they had before the Devil May Cry collab. Oh no, they had Black Rock Shooter. Fuck. The one with 2B and that shit. Nier. They reran their Nier collab. You know what I'm saying? It would be nice, but I'm getting my hopes up. I'm not gonna be. It's not gonna be that tough that we're getting one for the Annie. They were mad. Oh yeah, true. I think as a standard now is free 5-star and like a paid 5-star. Still, the actual worst collab ever was Alloy and Genshin. Bro, I do not understand what the collab with fucking Genshin was when they brought Alloy in there. Like, that served zero purpose, and then Alloy was ass. It's like, what the hell was even the point? I ain't even gonna lie, even though I can pull the collab units and all that, I do want them to give out a free 5-star for the collab. It just, bro, at this point, it just sets up a new precedent that is like, we need, every other gacha game is doing it. Do it, you know? Have I tried Xenoblade 2? I know it's somehow impossible because of Nintendo, but the characters there are perfect for WuWa. I haven't tried it, but I have seen the characters, but I haven't played myself. And you're right, they do fit pretty good. I'm planning to S6 her. Yes, we will be S6ing her. And letting you guys know, if you follow on YouTube, Twitch, you check out my latest videos, drop comments on my latest videos. Tomorrow, and depends on how the viewership is, we're going to, for now, guaranteed we're giving out 2 Lunite subscriptions. I pick random people on stream with the YouTube comment picker. I pick up random comments from my videos on my channel. Like, I'll pick a random video, and whoever wins gets Lunite subscriptions. Sometimes we do battle passes as well, so just make sure to comment on the videos. How many pulls you got? A lot. I got about 250,000 asteroids worth of pulls. Maybe less, maybe more, somewhere around there. Free, yeah, like a free 5-star David, bro. People be like, yo, well, David is this. And I'm like, yeah, but so is Rebecca and pretty much the entire cast, apart from one. Shit. I'm gonna just run. A Nier Automata and WuWa. I see Nier coming to this. You have 400 pulls. You're going for dupes on her? All for Chisa? Oh, you're gonna be duping out your Chisa? Hell yeah. Kratos might work well on WuWa. That'll be crazy seeing Kratos on here, bro. Y'all imagine that? By the way, guys, don't forget to hit the like button if you're new around here. I appreciate y'all tuning in. In here, you're free to talk about anything. You can disagree with what I say. You could talk some shit to me. It's all fun and games at the end of the day, man. How much does that even cost? A few $1,000s. With her weapon, do we go for crit rate or damage forecast? You would go for crit rate forecast at S0. If I'm not mistaken, you would go for crit rate forecast. Yeah. Crit rate forecast at S0 and crit damage. Is it crit damage? Crit damage at S2 or higher. I mean, the only cons that really matter are S2 and S6. Well, S1. I'm just getting turtles and shit right now. I could see Persona. Yeah, Persona could somewhat work, but I feel like their characters are a little bit different. You need more fantasy-like, you know? But it could work. 50 people. CD might be the new #1 Kurobot. I could never be the #1 Kurobot, bro. I'm not big like that, but appreciate all 50 beautiful people out here hanging out. Numbers have been going up, and it really means a lot. Because, bro, fighting back from being gulagged on YouTube, creating a brand new channel after it got hacked, goddamn. Oh, yo, and we do stream on Twitch as well. So be sure to follow me on there. We stream this game, and then we're going to start streaming other gachas on there as well. It's always crit rate forecast on Augusta regardless of sequences. Yeah. You definitely know, right? Because we tested her and we were already at cap crit rate at S6 while having the lowest possible crit rate rolls on every single echo. So, you know, I don't know. It's definitely not always crit rate depending on the sequences. How would a Naruto? I do not want to see a Naruto collab. As a big Naruto fan, I do not want to see Naruto. I don't want to see One Piece. I do not want to see that. It just feels that it would like kill my immersion to a certain degree. Like, why is Naruto here? You know, it's like very different. Be cool if it happens. Shit, it happens. But I feel that they wouldn't do that. They're too anime. You know what I mean? If Augusta doesn't hit 100% crit rate at S0, your attack's going to miss crits. Yeah, that's why I said crit rate at S0. Literally said crit rate at S0. Once you get dupes on her, you can go crit damage. Obviously, S2 or S6 primarily for the crits. Bleach could be more possible than Naruto or One Piece because of their darker, like, aesthetics and team. You know what? Give me Bleach. Give me Uroichi right now. I would main that character all day. Herb, you're new to gachas. Feel free to ask any questions, man. Welcome to the community as well. So that's why YOOOO is best in slot. The crit damage buffs are to compensate them. What crit damage buff? What crit damage buff and YOOOO? What are we talking about? Homie looked at the leaks from 3 weeks ago and thinks that's still YOOOO's kit. That's crazy. I love and Deep Space need a Twilight collab. Twilight?
The night's challenge has arrived. Heavens, descend!
You might need to recheck them because YOOOO doesn't give crit damage, bro. They changed their kit. Or not her kit, they changed that buff. Bro, when I tell you only that we probably spent 10 to 15 hours literally testing Cardathea, literally testing Augusta and YOOOO, bro.
Thanks for watching.
What the fuck? Let's go here. Berserk would be crazy though. Yo, imagine them somehow fitting freaking Griffith into the story. Hell nah. That's crazy. Oh. That'd be insane. Love and Deep Space needs a free collab so you can drool over Mako's abs. Hey, yo. Here you go. Where's Augusta? In my bed, chilling. You'll be on stream 10 minutes before live. I'll start my stream like 2 to 3 hours before the thing goes live. We'll just be like reacting and doing random videos. Maybe doing some giveaways. How is S0R1 Augusta looking for the poor ass like us? So I liked S0R1 Augusta. Cause she's quick with her rotations. She's pretty strong. But she doesn't feel as, like, you know how when you play a character like Carlotta or like Cardathea, they feel like very self-sufficient to deal their damage in their rotations? Augusta feels pretty strong, she feels pretty good, and she does have some good buffs that make her self-sufficient, but she doesn't feel as self-sufficient as Carlotta or Cardathea. So you will definitely get your damage worth out of her, but she is gonna want you to run your Mortifi or your YOOOO to have smoother rotations and deal good damage. But from what we saw, she was doing good damage, bro, at S0. Because, like, that's what I decide right now, bro. Like, I really want to make sure that the characters at S0, R1 are really good, and then that's when I dupe up the units. What's worth it for Augusta for most free-to-play, like Waveband? If you're free-to-play and you're wanting to dupe Augusta, S1 and S0 and you stop. That's it. Don't get more than that. Unless, at that point, if you get more, you wouldn't be a free-to-play or whatever. Unless you've been saving fucking forever. But yeah. S1, S2, you're done with Augusta, bro. As a free-to-play. Or light spender. That's just my advice. You can take it or leave it. Take the little fucking cube. Proceed. Yo, what up, John Tavius and Zaniel? What it is? S6R5 Griffith is a crazy thing to say, bro.
The night's challenge has arrived.
Homie pops up into the game. He out here just being sus to every other character. Without Siakona, she's shit and 4-star alternatives for her. Without Siakona, Cardathea can still do work. Cardathea applies arrow erosion on herself. Or herself on her enemies. Herself. She can buff herself. Right? She has some pretty good synergy on her own. Like, we're not going to talk about running a character on its own because it's a team-based game, of course. But when you look at, for example, when you compare the single character playability of a character like Cardathea, and then you compare that to a character like Zani, we ain't gonna sit here and say, yeah, Cardathea is shit. No, Zani feels like shit when you play her by herself. Cardathea has a lot more self-sustain. The same rule applies to a character like Carlotta, a lot more self-sustain. A character like Augusta is pretty strong, but she doesn't have that sort of self-sustain. She's not as bad as Zanny by a long shot at all either. She's like closer to Cardathea levels of self-sustain and like all that good stuff. S3 through 4 aren't worth it. Save for, you know. So S3 and 4 are pretty, they're good. They're going to increase your damage, of course, right? They're going to increase your S4 ain't going to do shit for us. If I'm not mistaken, S4 on Augusta gives you, like, your team, like, attack damage. Which is, like, stupid. But, you know, a lot of S4s are like that. But, yeah, it gives you attack damage. S3 increases your damage, of course. S4 or S5 increases your damage. But the real big value on Augusta comes from S1, S2, and S6. And as a free-to-play, you ain't going for S6. So just go for S1 and S2. S1 and S2 are gonna make your Augusta look so much different, bro. Cause she's gonna get some good increases to her stats. Yeah, cause Spectral Frazzle stacks, exactly. Alright, bro. How good is Gion's signature on Augusta? It should be pretty good, right? Shaw, it's pretty good. I'll tell you that just out the bat, yes. Gion's signature is pretty good on Augusta. We tested it ourselves. But if you want calculations from, you know, the number crunchers, I have a video out on my channel. If one of my mods could put it, I believe is the I don't know if it's the weapon. The Augusta weapon video or the Augusta character video. In one of those two videos, I have like a full spreadsheet from some number crunchers that did calculations themselves. I don't do calculations like that. I play the game, I do number testings, I do multiple runs, calculate the numbers, yada yada yada, but I don't actually do like spreadsheets and shit. I'm too, you know, too potato to be doing all of that. But yeah, that video's there. Check that video out, and you can get that information yourself in there. But yeah, long story short, Gion's weapon is pretty good for Augusta. Oh fuck. Can I grapple like?
Nice and overjoyed.
Run.
Mind the tempo.
Let me get these things. What does her sequence 1 and 2 do? Let me open it up right here. So I actually read it straight to you. It's on my, all of that stuff is on Discord, bro. So make sure you guys join whenever you can. Where the fuck's my Discord? Oh, it was closed. What time are you going to be on for Pulse tomorrow so I can free up some time? I'll be live 2 hours, maybe 3 hours before the update goes live. So I'll be live at this time for sure. Be sure to join up on the Discord chat. We have a really dope community in there. Yo, my Discord is cracked right now. What's going on? My Discord is actually glitching. Give me a second. Oh, yeah, we got a gallery in there. I know a lot of you guys like watching my pictures. Who the fuck is this? Yo, well, my Discord is geeked out right now. Oh, that's God. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can open this up, because this thing is actually super slow right now. Oh, right here. I mean, WuWa Gallery has Augusta. The WuWa Gallery does not have Augusta. What do you mean the WuWa? Like the in-game gallery? What are you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? You know what? I can open this because my Discord is acting weird, bro. Sad as fuck. We have to wait 24 hours, bro. I know. Would you say it's better for me to get S3 for your Cardi because I have S2, or do I get Siakona so I get the buff? I would always go for another character over one sequence, for sure. But that's just me. We won't have her till she's released. What do you mean? Yeah, like, no, it's always like that. The only time that the character is there is if he was part of the story or something like that. Yeah, like when Augusta releases, YOOOO will be there. Oh, computer's acting up. Bro, I knew I should have, like, restarted my computer before I started. Yep, there we go. Do I have Cantarella sequences? I do have Cantarella sequences. Where's she at?
Ability may foresee the future.
The tides have
There she is.
whispered
Oh.
of your arrival.
No way that thing closed on me. It did close on me. Whoops. Okay, well. I might do reactions after stream from the way this is looking. It's bad. You seen it? Hold on, chat. Give me a second. I gotta rework my my tabs because, you know, Google being weird. My computer's on its last leg. I was editing all day today, so my computer was like begging for help, bro. Them things at least 35 pounds. She got the heavies, bro, for real. They never put him before release unless it's a second face character. Yeah, exactly. Can you solo with her damage-wise? When you have her? I've never tried a solo with her. I don't like her gameplay, bro. Might be 7 out of 10 take, but I feel Cantarella is the worst character in games. She's just pure eye candy. So, Cantarella is actually a very good character. Cantarella is a very good character. She offers a lot, right? She is eye candy for show. For show. But I will tell you I don't like her gameplay at all. So I could see why you said what you said, right? Alright, let's see if I can do this. Girl is Shanley, but purple, yeah. I kind of look at her like a Havoc, Siakona, Nash. I would say she offers more than Siakona. Siakona is even more specific, bro. Bro, I be clicking everything but what I need to click. You just need to learn the rotations. I guess myself, I didn't like her either way. Yeah, I don't like her. Like, she's too floaty on her jellyfish form, and then she's too stiff on her, like, basic form. Alright, so let me tell you what it does. Yo, what up, Cremoni? So pretty much, here we have Augusta's Resonance change. Stained and Scorched Earth. Crown of Wills is now maxed at 2 stacks. When Augusta casts intro skill, Stride of Golden Flare, she obtains 1 stack of Crowns of Wills. Each stack additionally increases her crit damage by 15%. So now she can get 30 more. And I don't even know if this is updated. I gotta check it out. I gotta double check. But increased crit damage that stacks, right? From her S1. Now, from her S2, Crown of Wolves provides additional effects. Each stack increases Augusta's crit rate by 35%. Pretty much 2 times, right? Because you got 2 stacks. Right? But I'm pretty sure this is not updated, so I gotta check where the updated ones are. Hold on, let me check. Zaniel, do you have the updated ones, bro? Long story short, her sequences 1 and 2 are gonna give you more damage through more crit rate and crit damage, bro. So do be sure you get those if you're trying to. WuWa Twitter post? Nah, I was looking on one of these other websites, but I'm pretty sure it's here, bro, that change. Bro, you know what the problem was? And this is why I don't really talk about leaks, even though sometimes I have flat out access to the test servers. Not me, other people that I know. Y'all have no idea how many times, bro, they changed Augusta's kit, bro. Bro, it was actually ridiculous how many times they changed Augusta's kit. That shit was annoying, bro. Ooh, that was annoying. Not gonna lie, Canta's not my... Yeah, Cantarella's not my type of gameplay. Yo, Ninja, what's good, bro? Center S2 and S6 changes. There we go. I want to open the official WuWa thing, but it's just freaking hard, dude. Because my computer is like bugging right now. Let's see if it just loads. 32 gigabytes bricked my PC. Bro, tell me about it. They dropped that heavy ass freaking update. That shit was wild. Since you played her, does Augusta feel stiff? I don't find Augusta to feel stiff, but someone brought this up the other day from my Discord, right? You know when you play a character like this, like Cardathea, and all their attacks feel like they just rotate in a circle? Like the flow of her kit just rotates in a circular motion. Augusta feels more sharp. So like a Colcharo type of game, very different. But when I say sharp, it feels like Colcharo, where like you'll buff up and you'll do your attacks and it's like hit, 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 rather than like a smooth rotational circle. I found her to be amazing. She feels very strong. She feels very smooth. But she's not one of those characters that feels like a Jinshi where you do like a rotation that's a circular motion and lands her attack, right? She feels like your you know, sharp movements. Yeah, her moves are fast and sharp, bro. All right, let's see. WuWa official. Withering Waves official. Have you seen the Duet Night Abyss? Yo, I haven't seen the Duet Night Abyss gameplay, but I have seen some things from it because everybody was bringing it up, bro. Everybody's like super hyping it. So yeah, I kind of, you know, found it through everybody talking about it.
Something's missing.
Hold on, let me show y'all.
Yes.
Nope. I'm gonna mute you. Is it this? Bro, I wish they had a little preview on there. Alright, bro. The stream chat froze for y'all? Highly possible. Let's see. Oh, I know why. I know why it froze. Give me a second. Yeah, no, I had I'm telling you, bro, ever since like a day ago, my computer's been lagging, bro. The game be running smooth, but yeah. Is it this? It's... Let's see. There we go. Now y'all should be good. But I gotta... Give me a second. We're on reconstruction mode real quick. Wonder why, bro. Go live here.
Perfect now.
Boom. Alright, tell me if the chat's moving now. Yep, there we go. It started moving. Beautiful. Now I gotta open Twitch here again. I might just hop on with the reaction since we have a bunch of people and my computer's acting weird, bro. So we might low-key just have to start reacting. I'm ready to farm for Augusta's mats, bro. I'm ready to farm, bro. I already got everything I could farm, but I'm still missing some stuff. Alright, let's see. All those S6 characters broke my PC. Yo, I don't doubt it, bro. I do not doubt it. Alright, it's back to moving now. We just need to get Twitch up and moving. Super Soul Link. Yeah, I'm getting Augusta S6, bro. What did Cremoni ask me? Well, like, what?
Something's missing. Yes.
Will you be reacting to it? I don't think I'm going to be reacting to it, bro. I do not see me reacting to it, but I do know I need to open this up. Alright, now guys, spam the chat real quick. Just say random shit. See if it actually starts moving. I'm gonna put this real quick. How much does it usually cost? It depends. It depends on your luck, bro. Like, I've S6R5 the character in like 60,000 asteroids. And then another one I took like 80, 90,000. CJ is balding. That's crazy. You talk about your father like that, bro. Insane behavior. CJ, love CJ. CJ likes men. That's crazy, Zaniel. Homie really wants me to go home. Talk to his mother after this, bro. Insane behavior, bro. There we go. Yeah, now it's back to moving, chat. I just needed to make sure. Alright, let's react to some stuff. I want to see what's going on. Let's see if this even moves, bro. Oh, we got a lot of videos, bro. This is one of the topics we were talking about earlier, and this video was posted on my channel. So, you did glaze Brent on your Gooner tier list. Brent is the GOAT, bro. Come on now. We ain't gonna act like Brent is the GOAT. I don't have a thing for him. It's just he's too strong, bro. You know? We gotta keep it real. If he wasn't, I would say it, but god damn is he strong. Whose video is this, bro? Juice. Alright, we got a video by Juice today, chat. Y'all be watching Juice. Is Augusta coming out today? Been away for a while. She comes out in about 20-some hours. Highest you've gotten is S2 on premium units. What S2 did you get? I don't think Brent will be power crept soon. Now, leave my Brent alone. He gonna be doing his thing, bro. The moment Brent is power crept, is game over, bro. Like, straight up. Just want to make sure it's working.
Are WuWa's older
There we go. All right, guys. So today we got to talk about characters in Withering Waves. Now, there's a hot debate going around where people are saying that there is actual power creep in Withering Waves, but then the other side of the community says, well, as long as you can clear with your units, what does it matter if there is some sort of power creep? So today I want to talk to y'all and take your opinion regarding power creep and if some of the old units are falling off. Now, I will say, in terms of value, there are units that have fallen behind, and that's to be expected, as some of these units that are slowly but surely falling a little bit behind are characters from about a year ago. Nonetheless, like I said, yes, you can clear content with pretty much every character in Withering Waves, but I want to see what this video here by Juice has to say. The title is, Are WuWa's Old Units Falling Off? So let's see what they cooked up and what we have to say about their, their opinions on this topic.
Are WuWa's older units starting to lose their luster? Let's talk about it. My name is Juice, and let's get into it. Okay, before we continue any further, I would like to say, every main DPS in Withering Waves as of now is capable of clearing TOA.
Yes.
I am not trying to say that 1.x characters can't clear anymore, or that they're flat out bad. That is not the point that I am trying to highlight here by any stretch of the imagination.
That's a good take. That's a totally valid take, bro. You can absolutely clear content with everybody. But if we're going to be, objective and we're going to really sit down to look at the characters, what they offer, the damage they're doing, there's definitely improvements and changes that have been added, to characters as time has gone by. So it's a very valid video and it's starting very good, right? Because flat out making a video where you're going to just, shit on the 1.0 units is going to get you a lot of hate. And not only is it going to get you a lot of hate, but the reality of it is that it's just rage bait at that point. So this take is absolutely valid. I'm 100% with it right now.
And yes, if you do put a bit of extra time and effort into these characters, they can definitely perform insanely well.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to call them bad at all. However, what I am trying to point out is that I do feel like 1.x DPSs are starting to lose their luster in comparison to 2.x DPSs. We're seeing a genuine rise in power level.
It's not just the DPSs. Let's be honest, right? If we're talking about DPSs, we got to talk about characters like, for example, Gion. A great character, great design, great kit, very, new player friendly. But when you compare Gion's damage and Gion's rotations to, Cardathea, Zani, Furlova, the fusion team, he's falling behind. And it's not just because he doesn't have a dedicated support, which I know some of y'all are going to say. It's just the fact that his multipliers and such aren't doing as much as some of these new units that are, a little bit more cracked. Nonetheless, you can still clear a lot of content. The same could be said about a character like Shang Li, that ever since her release, she was rather low in the damage department compared to some of the other characters. Nowadays, it's even more noticeable because if you look at the premium team, even though she's the main DPS of the Fusion premium team, she's the character that has the least value in the Fusion premium team, which is kind of funny. But it doesn't just go about DPSs, right? If we look at characters like Yin Lin has kind of fallen off. I dare say she's probably the character that has not fallen off, but hasn't stood the test of time as well as some other characters, right? She's not the best option for a bunch of different teams because of the way she actually works. And even though she's still good, she still looks amazing, there are other options for teams that you would want to run with her, right? The only team that I could really see Yin Lin being unique to is the Yao team. That's it. So it's not just about the DPSs. Some of the supports from 1.0 have started to, per se, fall behind a little bit. And it's, once again, it's expected. It's been over a year for some of these banners.
And I thought that this would be interesting to discuss. For starters, if we take a look at Shang Li Yao, who was a free DPS that came out in 1.2, he's soon being replaced by Augusta.
Baby girl Augusta's coming home tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. S6R5 summons. Tune on into the stream. We're giving out WuWa Night subscriptions.
And I personally think it's basically guaranteed that Augusta's going to be far better than him.
Oh, yeah.
Simply because she's coming out in 2.x. And
She's coming out in 2.x. He was a free unit, and he's already fallen behind the main DPS in the current meta. He's still great. You can still clear everything with Zhang Liao. I still think he's a great unit. But in terms of damage per rotation, he is behind characters like Carlotta, characters like Cardathia. So yeah, that's to be expected. I do believe Augusta's going to do more damage than Yao.
2.x DPS up until this point has been very, very strong. Your average 2.x DPS is now stronger than your average 1.x DPS, and the further and further we delve into 2.x, the more that this seems to be the case. I will say that this progression has been very natural, and it's still extremely easy to keep up with the meta if you're still using 1.x units, and I think that's very good. However, it's interesting to see how the meta has definitely shifted in favor of the 2.x units.
Of course,
it all started off with Carlotta, and her power level was definitely one of the highest in the game whenever she came out.
She was over 9,000! Bro, we all noticed it, let's be real. If you pulled Carlotta, Carlotta felt like a completely different character, bro. Like, I remember I played the game, right? At launch, I got Jian, Yinlin, Shangli, Jinshi, and then I took a break because I lost my account, I lost my YouTube channel, and when I came back for 2.0. I played Carlotta, and I was like, bro, this feels like a completely different, like, gameplay, character, and damage to what I was doing before. She was solo carrying my account. It was crazy.
At the time, Jinshi was the de facto strongest DPS that you could pick up. Phoebe was then added to the DPS roster in 2.1, and she has only continued to be a very powerful DPS over time, constantly receiving new teammates, and still having very impressive damage outputs whenever you use her in her absolution state. 2.3 gave us Zani, and to be fair, her max power level is locked behind quite high cost, but if you're willing to go through that cost, then you've got yourself a very strong main DPS character.
Zani is a beast, bro. Zani is an absolute beast, but like Juice said, and she put it perfectly, her power is really locked behind having PB. You want to have PB as a Zani main. Someone's gonna be in the comments, well, actually, you don't need PB for Zani. You can clear all content with Rover, no problem. Bro, we talking about optimization, perfect rotations, and the true value of an optimized team, okay? We know these units can clear with other characters.
And then 2.4 brought us Cardathia, who is obviously the strongest DPS in the game right now. That literally cannot be disputed. She is very, very powerful. And then we go on to get Frolova, we're gonna go on to get Augusta, and the list is just gonna continue on until we eventually get 3.x.
Yep.
So where does this leave the older DPS units of Wuthering Waves, or just the older units in general? When it comes to Jian, he's still definitely a viable pick, and he's still very strong to this day, which is why I'm saying that the game's balancing is still very good, because you can still choose this guy and clear TOA just fine. Still fantastic for mobbing content and such, although you can just play Cardathia if you want a much better aero DPS.
So here's the thing with Jian, right? And I'm gonna just put it just like this, because I'm someone that shares the mentality of what Juice just said, so I agree with her on this regard. The thing is, I'm putting it on a basis that every character has mid-maxed echoes, every character has their signature weapon, and every character has their optimized team. If that's the scenario, right, which I feel that if you like a character, you mid-max their echoes, get their signature, yada, 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 Jian will still clear Tower, will still clear Whimpering Waste, will still clear holograms. It will still happen, right? But the level of investment that you got to put into a Jian, not only into like their echoes, but the rotations and all of that, is a lot higher than what you got to do for a character like Cardathia in the aero department, right? In the aero DPS department. Cardathia will be able to deal more damage, have faster rotations, have, you know, just overall better gameplay and survivability as opposed to a character like Jian in endgame content. You will still be able to clear everything, but that's the difference. A little bit more investment, but you will be able to clear everything nonetheless. A little bit more tedious gameplay as well.
Jinshi is still a very strong option, but damage-wise, she's definitely been topped out by the 2.x units.
Yeah.
I'd say the interesting case with her is that they could actually bring her back into the meta anytime they wanted.
So that's the thing. That's another thing that I wanted to say. We gotta realize that maybe they released these 1.0 units, and hear me out, guys, maybe they released them a little bit too strong at first, right? Because Jian doesn't have a dedicated sub DPS support. He doesn't have a character that's buffing heavy attack and is buffing arrow damage. That's a 5-star, right? That gives big buffs. Jin Shi doesn't have a dedicated sub DPS support that is buffing skill, that is doing coordinated and buffing spectro, right? We don't have those very specific characters, and the fact that we can still say that characters like Jian and Jin Shi can hang in the end game, even if it's towards the lower tiers, that means a lot, because a simple way to bring these characters back into the meta, give them a dedicated sub DPS or supporter. Give Jin Shi a character that does coordinated attacks, buffs spectro, and buffs resonance skill damage, and she's to the moon, bro, easily, bro, because they still have a lot of potential. It's more so about the units that you pair with them, and they don't have partners. You have Gion still rocking 4-star Mortifi, which is great, by the way, just like Sanhua, great 4-star units, but they're 4-star units nonetheless. So
Jojo is indeed her best second slot teammate. However, if they ever made a Jojo that has Spectro bonus on outro, along with other abilities that would support Jinchi, she could come right back into the meta again. Her damage is still quite good. But we definitely have stronger options now, and I would say that Spectro DPS is quite an oversaturated niche, because you have
Spectro DPS got a lot, bro. You got Jin Shi, you got Zani, and you got Peebs, bro, and all of them could do great. Huh? Better gameplay? The fuck, dude? Without Siakone, Carde is worse than Gion, even with her signature. Do you play Gion by yourself? Like, do you just have Gion on the team and that's it? Because last time I checked, this is a team game, right? You play Gion with his best-in-slot current partner, which is Mortifi. So I'm going to do the same for Cardithea, and I'm going to give her her best-in-slot partner. That's why when it comes to specific videos like this and specific breakdowns of meta and discussions, you can't be like, yeah, well, I'm going to run this character with his best-in-slot, and I'm going to run this character with a doo-doo-ass random character, and then compare their damage and see which one's better. Nah. We're running the best optimized Gion comp currently available in the game versus the best optimized comp for the direct competition of Arrow DPS, right? And that's where things come about, when you keep things fair. Well, it's not fair that Gion has a 4-star support and Cardithea has a 5-star. Well, there's no 5-star support for Gion. So you got to keep things balanced. You got to keep things broken down exactly the same way. Otherwise, it's just a jumble mess of random stats that could go either way.
Jinchi, Absolution Phoebe, and Zani all as amazing viable options.
Yeah.
Shangli Yao is definitely the DPS that has it the roughest at the minute. Yes, you can still definitely play him well. He's not some horrible DPS by any means. But in terms of limited 5-star DPSs, he may actually be one of the worst at the minute. As it currently stands, he just can't compete.
Ooh, that's an interesting take. Zhang Liao is one of the worst DPSs in the game? Ooh.
With 2.x units. And with Augusta coming out, that's really sealing the deal.
I mean, he's a 1.0 unit. He's definitely up there, but I don't know. I mean, I haven't done head-to-head comparisons, so I don't know where Zhang Liao versus Jian versus Shang Li versus Jin Shi would fare out. I don't know where that comparison of the, like, peak 1.0 DPSs, or like the first 1.0 DPSs would be at. But I don't think that Yao is that much worse than Gion. I think they're around the same level, but I could be wrong. I don't have the testing numbers myself, so
I feel like you don't really have any reason to use him unless you got him for free way back when he was available in 1.2. If you pull for him now and choose to invest in him, he's still going to clear, of course, and he'll still do just fine.
If you want to pull for Yao, just pull for Augusta. She got thick thighs, and, you know, she's strong. She's probably going to be a lot stronger, too.
And for you, but there are definitely better DPSing options nowadays, and there's not really anything in specific that he does that other DPSs can't do better. And with Augusta coming out soon as a very powerful Electro DPS, this is only furthering Shangli Yao into irrelevancy. Definitely the 1.x DPS that currently has it the roughest. Camellia is interesting because I'd say that she's in a decent enough spot.
What do y'all think about that take, chat? What do y'all think about that? Do y'all think Zhang Liao is the 1.0 DPS that has it the roughest, or would you give that title to Jian or Shang Li or Jin Shi? Like, who would y'all say is the 1.0 character that has it the roughest in terms of, like, their current rotations, the damage they deal, and all of that?
as she's still very good for beginner players. You can stick her with Sanhua, give her an Emerald of Genesis, and she's going to perform just fine for you. But we honestly have plenty of other characters at this point who are able to be very good for beginners. Phoebe is the main example that I want to highlight.
Yeah, Phoebe.
You can easily use her Spectre over in Sanhua and get by just fine. Both of those units are completely free. You can put her on a 4-star craftable, and she'll be just fine.
Yeah, I remember, so way back in the day when I made my review of Phoebe, I had to say that if you're running main, this was before Zani, if you're running main DPS Phoebe, she is one of the most free-to-play friendly characters because you can get her really high stats through her own, you know, echo set, through her own skills, and on top of that, you can run a 4-star weapon on her that is amazingly good for her in particular, and she's gonna do great, bro. Great damage, AoE, freeze. She got a lot that gets added into her kit as opposed to maybe some of them 1.0 units. So yeah, Peebs is definitely a great character as a main DPS for sure.
As a beginner player, your two best possible pulls that you can make are Shorekeeper and Phoebe. And you can also easily go for Carlotta as well, who's actually getting a banner very soon. She's going to be running alongside Augusta. That character is able to use Static Mist, a standard 5-star weapon, and still feel really freaking strong. However, I will add that Camellia is really good in Whimpering Wastes. She is still very, very strong there indeed. This is very much still the case. So there's still definitely incentives to pick up Camellia in particular, but she definitely has more competition these days. However, most of these 1.x DPSs still feel very strong if you invest into them and can play them well. That's just because Wuthering Waves is generally a very well-balanced game.
Yeah.
But we definitely have more powerful alternatives to them now. In terms of the supports or sub-DPS units, they're honestly all fine. I think that all of them aged very well. GACHA...
She gonna say about Yin Lian, bro. Our elf waifu, bro, that got left in the dust.
I would still say that she's a very good second slot teammate, because Carlotta has stood the test of time. The esteemed Montelli lady has proven that she is still a Warfall DPS even right now, so if you get her and you want to get her best in slot hypercarry team, then GACHA's still a very good pull. And like I said before, you can also use her with Jinchi, and even though we do have better alternatives to Jinchi at this point, it's still another use case for GACHA which is relevant in my opinion. I used to glaze Vasily Painter a while back, and I would say that her value has depreciated a little bit since then, mostly because Jinchi herself isn't really this insane be-all end-all DPS like she once was.
True.
And as powerful as Carlotta is, she definitely has other options now. And even with that being said, Carlotta's not the only DPS anymore that's capable of outputting her tier of damage. So investing into her specifically is very much more of a...
I think that when you're talking about the output of damage, when things are so close, right? So like if you're comparing, I don't know, Zani, Carlotta, Cardathea, let's say they're all relatively close, that's when you start looking at gameplay. And some of these characters, that's where you really should base yourself off. Like, obviously try to pick some of the stronger units as opposed to older ones, unless you go for design. At that point, you go for whoever the hell you want. But gameplay has a big part into what you should decide when you get these characters, right? A character like Carlotta, for example, has the ability to play at range, is relatively swift, pretty damn strong, easy to build, as you could, you know, put the standard banner 5-star gun on her. And on top of that, she has that ability to freeze the enemy that oftentimes will help people clear content that maybe they were having a hard time with. So just keep that in mind.
Carlotta-centric move, but even so, considering how powerful the DPS is, she's still good in my opinion. Yeah. We all know at this point that Shorekeeper is easily the most well-aged of all of the 1.x units. She is still a very heavily sought-after unit, and for good reason. I don't have to repeat all the points as to why Shorekeeper is good. We all know already why she's good. She's broken, she's only going to continue to be broken, because giving a support crit buffing is one surefire way to make sure that they're always going to be relevant for the foreseeable future. So yes, we all know that Shorekeeper is definitely the most
Like, bro, in all reality, we were talking about this later or earlier in the stream, right? Where some people are saying that Shorekeeper fell off. Some people are saying that Shorekeeper's still the greatest. And I'm going to be honest, I think Shorekeeper will always be a character that will take priority on most people's accounts. And it's simple. She can fit on any team. You can sit here and say, well, what if I run the full fusion team? Yeah, you're going to have to wait until you get every single character. And then after that, you're still going to want to have another team, right? Whereas if you get Shorekeeper, you could slot them in one team, slot it in another team. So long story short is Shorekeeper will have a lot of value for a very long time, because unless you're a whaler, you're spending to get multiple units, and every time you get a new team, you build a premium team for it. Shorekeeper is going to be that character that gets passed around like some of y'all mothers, you know, quite a lot, and it's going to be able to fit on multiple teams. It's just the reality of it, you know? So Shorekeeper still has a lot of value, bro. Was there no sound? Hold on.
Well-aged of all of
There
the
we
older
go.
for the foreseeable future. So yes, we all know that Shorekeeper is definitely the most well-aged of all of the older
Yeah.
units. In fact, I would still argue that she's currently the best character in the entire game and gets you the best value for your astrites. So we all already know this. But aside from her, I would say one wildcard that actually aged very well will be Chang-Li. She honestly aged way better than I thought she would back whenever I first pulled.
Hey, yo! Bro, I haven't heard a lot of people give praise to Shang-Li. Matter of fact, most people usually shit on Shang-Li. So this is interesting to see. Now, Shang-Li does offer quick swapping like crazy, right? She could fit on multiple teams and just have insane quick swap just with any team that you slot her in. And that's about it. Very quick swappable unit, you know? As the main DPS, very lackluster damage, but she's very quick and very quick swappable. So I do see where she's coming from with this.
For her. After all, she was coming hot off of the trail of Jinchi, who, might I remind you, whenever she came out, she absolutely blew the game up. She was very, very powerful, and continued to be strong for a super long time. And consider how on release, Chang-Li didn't actually feel all that strong. She was kind of limited in her team options, and it took some time for people to understand how she was best played, which would be in quick swap, of course. But she's honestly only continued to be a very strong unit up until this point. Kuro Games has supplied her with plenty of good supports, namely Brant Weathering Waves, and then Brant himself of course later got Lupa, thus creating the Triple Fusion team. And along the way, even before the Pirate Lad came out, she's always been able to be played in quick swap teams. Basically, if you were willing to put in the effort to learn quick swap, you had a very strong unit on your hands. Because although it does require very fast inputs and knowledge of swap windows in each team you're playing, the results would always show, making her a very flexible character. Even to this day, she's a very effectively flexible unit that's able to slot into many different team scenarios. And there's even a more easy way to play her if that's not really your thing, that being hypercarry with Brant in the team. So outside of Shorekeeper, I honestly think that Chang-Li ended up being the most well-aged 1.x unit, which I don't really think anybody could have seen coming. I mean, arguably you could have, because it is a general rule of thumb that support-type characters or sub-DPS-type characters do tend to age better than main DPS characters, because they get replaced far less often. And Chang-Li also has a very unique playstyle, and now that people actually understand it, I feel like it's only going to continue to be relevant for a long time. So Chang-Li has not fallen off even a little bit. She has...
Look, oftentimes, a lot of people say that Shang-Li is trash, and I defended Shang-Li back in the day because my build was cracked, but I always defended her, saying that, one, it's about learning her gameplay, learning her rotations, right? And then as time progressed, we had, you know, Yao that dropped, and we had other characters that you could swap her into, and it's the fact that her gameplay works so good with quick swapping, it's actually insane. So I do see where she's coming from with this take. Now, I will say there's certain caveats to it, as I do believe Shang-Li is also one of the weaker characters when it comes to, like, premium teams, right? If you look at the premium team for Fusion, you could literally replace Shang-Li with Shorekeeper, and your Fusion team does wonders. People see me do that all the time because I main Brant, and, you know, he just destroys, right? When you look at the Siakona team, or, you know, the Cardithea team, you could still replace characters, but not to the degree of Shang-Li. I feel that Shang-Li is the one character that is not as valuable on any team, right? Like, if you look at the Mono Spectral, right? Shorekeeper, Peebs, and Zani, all of them work together, and you could arguably replace Shorekeeper with Spectral Rover. When it comes to Arrow, you can replace Shorekeeper with Arrow Rover. And you'd still have your mono teams all working perfectly. The premium units are not getting replaced, right? Whereas on the Fusion, Shang-Li is the one that falls off a little bit weaker. But once again, if you add into, you know, her value, that quick swap playstyle and all of that, she is going to have a lot of usability the more units they drop that can fit into that quick swap playstyle.
Only exponentially became better and better ever since she first came out, and at this point, She's an amazing pull, to be honest. You could recommend her to somebody under so many different circumstances, provided that they're willing to learn her playstyle. If anybody's had it rough from 1.x, it's probably been Yinlin. The thing with Shangli Yao is that you could play him in Shangli Quickswap, and that team would generally perform just as well, if not better, than just using Yinlin. Granted, Yinlin does offer a more low skill level playstyle, which some people do prefer in fairness. However, that aside, she doesn't really find herself with that many relevant use cases nowadays anymore, and she just kind of exists. There's not really a point to pull her.
That's why when she said that the character that has it the rough, maybe she said the main DPS that has it the rough, but I think the character that has it the roughest from 1.0 is Yinlin. Hands down, Yinlin. Yinlin just finds a hard time fitting into any team. And yes, you can run her with Yao, but like she said, you run Yao, Shangli, quick swap comp, you're dealing way more damage, way faster. But Yinlin does offer a more laid back playstyle with Yao, so I do understand that. And in terms of DPSs, bro, I'm gonna be honest, I think the character that has it the worst is Jian, bro. And I'm gonna tell you my personal opinion as to why I think it's Jian that has it the worst from the 1.0 characters, right? First off, you have Jin Shi. When Jin Shi dropped, she was the strongest from 1.0. She was the strongest for a good amount of time. So she was naturally already stronger than Jian in the damage she was dealing. She was pretty damn good, right? Shangli was alright. It took people a little bit of time to get used to her. But like she said, Shangli got Brand. And then Lupa. So the Fusion team is all premium if we really talk about it, right? When it comes to Jian, bro, he's been running with Mortefi since day one, bro. He's been running with a 4-star character since day one, bro. And that's just, it hasn't changed, right? Other characters like Shangli found new light when they added Brand. They started, you know, quick swapping together, buffing each other, tickling each other. They started doing more damage, right? Camellia had, what's her face? Sanhua, and then she got Roshia, and even though Sanhua S6 and all that, we're talking about like just no dupes on anything, Roshia was better for Camellia. The only character that hasn't gotten pretty much any love whatsoever is Jian and Jin Shi, and Jin Shi stands above Jian in terms of damage, you know. So I do think the character that has it the worst, because they don't really have a partner to play with, is Jian, from my opinion. But I could be wrong. It's all subjective. You guys can tell me who you think has it the worst out of the 1.0 characters. So it's Jian and Yinlin, the first two characters we got over a year ago.
Jinshi has plenty of other teammate options. There's not really a reason to get her for Jinshi specifically at this stage. I already said that with Shangli Yao. Well,
back to what I was saying before I continue. Even though we don't have a designated partner for Jinshi, you can run Jinshi with Jeja. You can run Jinshi with Cantarella. You can run Jinshi with Yinlin. So there are synergies that are still there that you can run with Jinshi that are very strong, whereas Jian doesn't really have that too much, right?
For starters, he's not really worth getting anymore, but if you still insist on playing him, then you would rather play Changli instead. And there's Hyper Colcharo too, but come on, you're not being serious, are you?
Hey, yo,
even if you were being serious, it's another situation in which you would rather just play Colcharo with Shangli Yao and just quick swap them with each other. Another thing is that old 4-stars, at least the good ones that are noteworthy, they're still very good and only continue to get better. Mortefi's still a great unit, Sanhua's still a great unit.
Yes.
Both of them have not fallen off whatsoever in my opinion. Mortefi just kind of continues to be good at his main thing, which is buffing up heavy attacks, and Sanhua only continues to be a very flexible unit, thanks to having barely any field time whatsoever.
Yep.
She remains as being an absolutely fantastic budget option. However, one other thing that I should add is that these older DPSs do continue to get new options in new regions. They're not left behind. Jinshi manages to use Cantarella. She can use Brant as well if you have Arena as your third slot teammate to provide coordinated attacks.
Yeah.
Jian's able to use Shakona and Arrow Rover, and the list goes on. Ultimately,
so, okay, yeah, you can run Jian with Arrow Rover and Shiakona, but that's such a gimmicky team that it's like, okay, sure, you can run them together. Yeah, but let's be honest, Jian and Mortefi, they just work perfectly together. Shiakona has her spot with Cardathia, and it just works better. You could you know, arguably bring Siakona into the Gion comp, but it's not the same as bringing like a Jeja or a Cantarella into the Jinshi comp, where those two fit a lot better. I feel like Gion with Siakona, they don't fit as good, right? They, you know, she's still buffing Gion, yada, 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 but it just doesn't feel the same to me personally.
It attacks. Gion's able to use Shakona and Arrow Rover, and the list goes on. Ultimately, you can definitely main an older DPS and still get by just fine. Like I said at the start of this video, it's kinda hard to point these things out, mostly because Wuthering Waves definitely has some really good balancing, and you can main basically anyone and get away with it just fine. With enough practice and enough investment and patience, you can clear with just about everyone. But regardless, I still thought it would be interesting to just kinda see how the meta's changed over 2-point decks, and I'm also curious to see how it's going to change over 3-point decks. These meta changes tend to be quite subtle in my opinion. I don't really actively go, oh my goodness, what a big meta change. Aside from perhaps the fact that Augusta is definitely going to be replacing Shangli. Otherwise, things have generally been very seamless, and I feel like if you mostly play older characters, you're not going to have too much difficulty as long as you continue to invest into them. Regardless, what do you think about all of this? Have 1-point X's DPS has fallen off? I'd love to hear your perspective. Hopefully this video.
Alright, well, that was a pretty interesting video, ladies and gentlemen. I do gotta say, 1.0 units can still clear content 100%, yes, but you are going to have to put a little bit more investment into them. You are going to have to get them their supports. You are going to have to do a little bit more than you are doing with the current 2.0 and probably 3.0 and so forth and so on, because that's just how these games work. So, yes, there is power creep, animation creep, even though it's very small and it doesn't really impact us in a way where, you know, Gion can't clear anymore. And there is plenty of room for growth for characters like Gion and Jinshi. But let me know in the comment section below what you guys think. Is WuWa moving too fast? Are characters falling off? Or do you think it's about time we start noticing, you know, a little bit of a fall off from characters that came out a year ago? That's going to be it for the video. Let me know in the comment section below what you guys think. Join the Discord, and don't forget, we will be S6R5ing Augusta and giving out some Blue Knight subscriptions. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace. There we go. What did you guys think of that video, man? Y'all thought it was all right? Y'all thought it was, you know? Yo, what up, Jet? How you doing, bro? Bro, people are excited for Augusta, man. Let's see. Let me see what people are saying. Let me look at the chat, bro. Yo, you know what's funny, chat, though? We were talking about Shorekeeper falling off because some people be saying Shorekeeper falling off. There's a video right here. Is Shorekeeper still a must-pull? Fell off? We were just talking about that, bro. I might react to that. That's crazy. That's mad random. Did the stream just die? Don't say the stream just died, bro. How you gonna scare me like that? That's crazy. She actually went a bit soft? What you mean? I just hope that she will replace Shangli. I don't think Galbrina's gonna replace Shangli. I think Galbrina's gonna establish the whole next, like, fusion meta. Like, the whole next line of fusion characters, bro. Oh, no, we still got a bunch of videos to react to, bro. Y'all send me a bunch of videos on the Discord, bro. Look. I don't even know what is this. What is this? Hold on. Failed characters, what went wrong from VARs. What the fuck is this? Then we have why Gion is a free-to-play trap. That's funny. Here they were saying Gion is not that good, you know, and here's why Gion is a free-to-play trap. And what's this one? Can Augusta save Electro? Oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Turn into Saint for a second, bro. When is Augusta coming out, Jet? Augusta is coming out in... Let me actually give you some more specific times. She's coming out tomorrow night. I'm pretty sure she's coming out tomorrow night. It's about 20-some hours until Augusta drops, Jet. We gotta watch this VARs video, chat. I don't know what this is about. Failed characters, what went wrong? So this one was about old units falling off, and this is about failed characters. This is about the same thing. I mean, I'll watch it. Why not? Yeah, we're doing pretty good so far, Jay. We were talking about like people were wondering if I'm really gonna S6R5er, and I was telling them, you know, shout out to the homie Jet sponsoring the summons. Showed them that we have 170,000 asteroids, bro. Pretty damn dope. Here, let's close this. So the summon session should be pretty good. 60 people in the streams and you're not even summoning. Yeah, the summon session is going to be great, guys. And remember, if you tune on in when we summon, after we finish summoning, we'll be giving out 2 Lunite subscriptions. If the stream is popping, I'll give out maybe another 2. We'll give out around 4 Lunite subs, maybe even a battle pass. No promises on the battle pass. The Lunites, yes, we could do. I'm still a small creator. I like to give back if I can. All right, now we got Failed Characters, What Went Wrong by Vars. If they keep it easy, people will just be bored. If I get Augusta as Verdant Summon, okay with her? Guys, I have a video on my channel talking about Augusta, and then another video talking about her weapons where I bring numbers and calculations. And I talk about my personal experience after having tested her a lot. So check that video out for very detailed information regarding that. By the way, guys, if you haven't already, drop a like on the stream and I'll kiss you on your forehead. If you're at least 27 years old. If you're younger than that, probably not. All right, let's see. All right, guys, today we got a video talking about failed characters in Wuthering Waves. And I'm gonna be honest, right off the bat, I can't really think of any characters that are per se failed characters. I can think of some characters that barely get used. I can think of some characters that are relatively boring to play. But I don't know many failed characters. Now, when you guys think of failed characters in Wuthering Waves, what comes to mind? Do y'all think of something like a Calcharo, how he kind of fell off pretty damn hard? Or do you think of something like a Taochi, that her only redeeming factor is the fact that she got some big heavies out there, and other than that, she's just a brick? So, personally, I don't know. I think there are some pretty bricked characters, but they have their uses, they're kind of niche. But let's go ahead and see what Vars is cooking with this here video.
Starting cast of every gacha game is always interesting to look at because you essentially take a gamble on every single one of them, trying to figure out who's gonna last for more than a month or two.
Hey yo, Yang Yang, she was doing work at the very beginning of the game. Yang Yang was alright, bro. She was definitely not as bad as these other characters, bro. Yang Yang was at least there for the first month and shit for some people. Come on now.
I know this is a WuWa video, but you guys remember the Gensho 1.0 tier list? Crazy to think that we put Bennett, Jingzhou, and Sucrose below Barbara.
That is actually crazy. Bennett, Jingzhou, and Sucrose are goats, bro.
And Chi-Chi of all people. To be fair, that's just how things are when it comes to early metagames and gachas. Most if not every—
To be fair though, I think that when it came to Wuthering Waves, we were a lot more on top of things than this, bro. I don't remember many tier lists from Wuthering Waves making dramatic, like, crazy mistakes where, like, nowadays it's like, what were they even thinking? Like, I don't remember any tier list from launch putting Sanhua and Mortefi like all the way at the bottom or like mid tier. Most tier lists had Sanhua and Mortefi relatively high, right? They might not have them at like S tier, but they did have them pretty damn high. Because seeing this right here, knowing the value a character like Bennett has, is actually insane. We were a lot more on top of our things when it came to Wuthering Waves.
Of all people. To be fair, that's just how things are when it comes to early metagames and gachas. Most if not everything needs to be taken with a grain of salt. In the context of this game, people had a relatively high opinion of Jinshin for being a jack-of-all-trades character.
Jingxing, and I'm sorry if you are a fan of this character, she is here to lay bricks and slow down your rotation. That is her entire role. Like, if you read her character description, it says brick layer amplification and slow rotations. Like, check it out for yourself right now. Go into the game and read her description.
And while that was indeed helpful in the early to mid game, towards the end game the flaws in her kid quickly began to stand out, and it's been hard to make a case to prioritize her in the current day. Near as I can tell, the 1.0 roster is split down the middle, with half of the cast doing quite well and adjusting to the direction of the game, and the other half losing the coin flip on whether or not their niche should be tapped into.
It hurts to see Calcharo in there, bro. I love my Calcharo, but he's done, bro. He's cooked.
Members of the former half would be the likes of Mortefi, Sanhua, Danjin, Baizhi, Encore, and so on, while
You could say these are some of the characters, if not the top characters from the original cast of Wuthering Waves, yes.
members of the latter group would consist of Calcaro, Yuanwu, Lumi, Alto, Taoqi, Lingyang, etc.
Yeah. I
For
can see
today, I
that.
want to talk about that latter group, analyzing the so-called failed units quote-unquote, and figuring out why they were left behind in contrast to the ones who managed to hold their position well.
Okay.
I should probably clarify that technically speaking there's no such thing as a failed character, since I'm sure a handful of people do make use of the units I'm about to cover, and somehow make them work.
Okay, see, that's subjective right there. I'm a lot more critical because the whole thing of saying there's no such a thing as a failed character, I don't think that's fair, right? Because even though, yes, there are people that will still find usage to some of these characters, when a character is not the first, not the second, not the third, not the fourth, and you're starting to look down as like the fifth and sixth option, you're a failed character. Nobody plays these gacha games and goes, yo, what's the fourth best in-slot character for my favorite unit? What's the fourth best support that I can rock with it? And there are some characters out there that you simply run because, one, you might like their design, but they're trash, or two, you have no other options. And I would define those characters as kind of bricked, you know, kind of failed characters. Not every character in a gacha game should be amazing, top tier, and work with everything, but when a character kind of doesn't really offer anything, right? When a character is so downright bad that the only reason you use him is because you have nothing else to slot into it, I mean, that would be a failed character if you asked me.
Realistically, in a single-player game, which is by and large what WuWa is, there's no such thing as an objective failed character. All the same, when creating a tier list, the boundaries between the highest and lowest tier are set forth in relativity. For instance, people have a tendency to think of the lowest part of a tier list to have garbage and unplayable characters because tier lists condition you into thinking whatever's at the bottom is bad, when in reality it may not necessarily be best and worst, rather it could be a case of good, better, best, wherein WuWa's less popular units are still usable, but there are better solutions out there.
See, I feel that this is what we were talking about earlier with the term, as long as it can clear content, it's not power crept. Like, I feel like that term is a little bit loose. Like, yeah, okay, sure, you can use every character in Wuthering Waves to clear content, for sure. You could use most of these characters in teams, but it just comes to a certain point where, like, if your rotations are feeling like a potato, if your damage is out here struggling, if you're sweating trying to clear some of these holograms and, you know, Tower and WuWa, okay, sure, you can still clear it, but you don't have to pop a blood vessel to do it. You don't got to get arthritis in your hand to figure out how to clear all these stages, so that, you know.
That being said, because unit viability is evaluated based on relativity, the majority of players tend to only give consideration to the highest performers, subsequently leading to there being units that don't have a practical use. Broadly speaking, when
Let's be honest, if a unit doesn't have a practical use, it's, you know, it's just cooked. And I feel that WuWa is a very interesting game because you can go ahead, for example, let me just pick a character from the ones he's talking about, and I'm going to pick this girl right here. I find it funny, right, that he can say some of these characters don't have practical uses because it's true, right? Because this is the fun part about Wuthering Waves, okay? Hear me out, chat. I like how we can sit here and be like, yo, Lumi is a character that is not that good, right? She's on the latter half. The characters that, you know, are kind of falling off, they really kind of failed as characters, right? And we're talking about Lumi. And then Billy Bobby Brown III comes out of nowhere and posts a video soloing a level 100 hologram with his Lumi. And then you're just kind of there, we're like, shit, I kind of suck, you know what I mean? Like, it's one of those games that you can talk about objective opinion and you could just say what you think about the characters, but if you put everything and all the cards on the table, I understand where he's coming from with these characters, because they are falling off. They're characters that don't really serve too much of a purpose. They don't have a big reason to be used, apart from maybe you just want to.
Use. Broadly speaking, what determines a character's success is twofold. Their innate abilities, of course, and then second of all, the infrastructure.
Yeah.
Characters who are successful generally have both aspects covered in full. For instance, Shorekeeper is the only muscle unit in the game because no matter what team composition you decide to throw her in, the breadth of her supportive utility is practically unmatched and above all, unconditional.
The chat's like, yo, Lumi slander, bro. Dislike, unsub.
There's no prerequisite or extra thing you have to account for when using her. Further, while the game's been pushing into more specified team compositions like the mono elements, the fact that most of them play into a hyper carry style automatically makes Shorekeeper compatible with them, even if there's a more efficient sustain option. Conversely, characters who lack either sufficient personal strength or the proper infrastructure noticeably struggle to keep up with those who do. Worst case scenario would be if you have neither, and unfortunately for a number of characters in every gacha game, that's always the case. A cast member can brute force their way into relevance by having a stat line so overtuned or kit so effective that even with the wrong teammates you can still find success with them like Sanhua. She doesn't outright play into any win condition, but her non-existent field time and passable buffing utility makes her incredibly versatile in a wide number of teams. Alternatively, you could just get extremely lucky by not being all that great on your own, but you just get indirectly buffed over and over again through new weapons, echo sets, teammates, what have you. Even then, it helps to have a balance of both. For the units I'll be talking about though, it's hard to say they have either. Let's start with the classy uncle. Man, I wish he was good, especially given the fact that when the game came out, there was a ton of attention given to him by way of him being free to obtain by accessing Tower of Adversity in the early game.
Now, I will say, there's a little caveat to things, right? And I'm saying this because he's bringing up YOOOO, and I see this particular team right here. Now, when I started playing the game again with the account that was way behind, this was pretty much my team. I'm pretty sure I didn't have Taochi. I probably had Verena. But I did have YOOOO, which filled the very, very niche role of getting my Jinshi her stacks faster. That's absolutely it. It was so much so that you didn't even need to level this dude. Like, you could literally go in there with a low-ass level YOOOO, no investment into anything at all, right? You could just have him with, like, literally, like, level 1 echoes just to activate the rotation, put the pillar down, and you were out. All these characters have very niche teams that they can, you know, fill, but it's, like, way at the bottom. Like, I use YOOOO because I didn't have Jeja, I didn't have Yin Lin, I didn't have Carlotta, Cantarella, I didn't have nothing, so I had to use him, you know? It was what it was.
Jinshi came out by virtue of his skill offering coordinated attacks, perfect at facilitating the Magistrate's playstyle, especially before JoJo came out, and for those that didn't have Yinlin. That was about the farthest anyone could take with them, but before we talk more about infrastructure, let's address his personal ability. For one, YOOOO holds the distinction of being a defense scaler. Both his skill and liberation scale out defense to deal damage, which might have you believe he can be tanky and dish out some good DPS, but historically, scaling out tank stats has been both counterproductive and overly stifled. An offensive ability relying on a defensive parameter would need to have substantial scaling to offset what you lose by having to build in that way. Cardathea, for instance, has some of the best scaling and personal buffs in the game to make up for her being an HP scaler. YOOOO, however, does not. One of the biggest downsides to the character that many would consider to be punishment enough on its own is that YOOOO is a character built for damage, yet he lacks the numbers to deliver on it. Looking at his skill's coordinated damage, at rank 10 you're staring at just under 8% of his defense, a disappointingly paltry amount. Even Verena, who's meant to be the healer of the group, can do more damage per instance of her follow-up attacks.
I ain't even gonna lie, since I did use YOOOO for like 3 patches, bro, I literally had this dude stacking up defense, thinking that he was either going to be an absolute tank or he was going to deal some decent damage. He didn't do either one. He was getting, like, one-tapped fondled by anything, and he was tickling the boss's nutsack because he was not doing anything, bro. Straight up doodle-ass unit. He was just my battery, bro. Straight put him on the field, put the totem down, get the hell out. That was his job.
Other units with coordinated attacks have scaling to the tune of no less than 30% of their attacking damage, oftentimes in the 60+ range. Suffice to say, he's not going to be doing all that much. There is some utility in his liberation and forte where he's supposed to shred enemy vibration faster than others can, leading to the boss getting staggered more quickly. Just one thing, vibration reduction scales off damage dealt, and with his personal damage being so poor, they kind of cancel each other out. Sequences can usually make up for a 4-star poor baseline and bring them on a level more competitive to 5 stars, but that's a cold comfort for YOOOO. I will acknowledge S3 somewhat alleviates the low DPS of his skill by tacking on an extra 20% of his defense, but beyond that, his sequences are all over the place. S1 gives him more attack speed, S4 makes him a shielder, S6 buffs everyone's defense, S5 gives him more liberation damage. There's no real through line connecting his sequences, causing him to be all over the place. Believe it or not, YOOOO has the shortest rotation time in the game, even shorter than Sunhwa.
Yeah, YOOOO is pretty quick with his rotations, but it's like I said, you're really not doing anything. There is no functionality to his kit outside of that one particular being a battery for Jinshi. That's his saving grace, because everything feels like a sloppy mess that's all over the place. Like, you're really not going to be playing YOOOO for anything. And if you try, you're just going to be just wasting time, low-key.
The only reason that's the case though is because there's no real point in staying on him besides getting off his skill and echo. Back when the rejuvenating glow set was one of the only ways to buff party members, you could run the Originite Type 4 weapon on him and get one basic attack off to
Yo, hold on. I want to show you guys this. Hold on. I want to show you guys this. Right? He's talking about this set. Watch. Let me just show y'all this. Where's my YOOOO, bro? Where's my YOOOO? Originite Type 4? Bro, and with the freaking rejuvenating glow, that was my shit for the longest time. So when I tell you, bro, straight doo-doo water character, bro, straight doo-doo water character, bro. Like, I was doing everything to make him as valuable as possible. I took all his echoes to plus 25, bro. Bro, I got this dude to level 70, his little weapon to level 60, when you don't even need none of this. He's still dog water, bro. He's still dog water. That's crazy.
Get the bonus attack for his team.
Insane.
But outside of that, there just isn't much he offers in return for investing in him.
Yep.
Even his synergy with Jinshi leaves a lot to be desired. By this point, we have plenty of secondaries who can run with her and either drive her forte circuit more efficiently or supply their own personal damage. Defense scaling is also a pain point for him, and to a similar extent Talchi. Right now we just don't have good weapons or echoes that can play into that sort of niche, much less a full-on team. If in the future we get a defense scaling DPS, then YOOOO's S6 can potentially make him a fantastic free-to-play secondary for that character, but I don't think it's in the cards at the moment. It's a rough set of circumstances to be in. He has neither the personal numbers nor the infrastructure to make a playstyle like his work, and his unique job of being a breaker unit, so to speak, hasn't really stood the test of time in the modern day, since breaking enemies is directly tied to one's personal damage, of which he does very little. Next we're going to talk about Alto. Despite Arrow getting a big overall in 2.3 and 2.4, very little of it was able to benefit Alto, and the guy—
Yeah, bro, Alto is a character that you can clear stuff with him. There's always going to be that one sweaty friend that pops out. Yo, I can solo with Alto. He's so swift and cool. But the reality of it is just he's kind of sloppy. I don't know how to explain Alto. You got to do a little bit too much for very little rewards.
is in desperate need of it. Like YOOOO, it's hard to accurately pinpoint Alto's playstyle since you can run him either as a main attacker or secondary. On the main attacker side, Alto's Liberation summons a gate wherein if you shoot through that gate, it acts as a booster, increasing the attack strength of his shots. The remainder of his playstyle revolves around collecting misdrops as a form of ammo, dealing additional damage with each of your attacks. He's also able to spawn decoys that taunt enemies, giving him decent survivability since they can also taunt bosses. On the buffing side, Alto's got one thing going for him, an arrow damage buff on his outro skill, and he's the only one who can buff that type of damage. That's actually it. It's a worthwhile buff, mind you, but much of Alto's kit was built around him being an attacker than a buffer.
And that's another thing, right? A lot of people thought Alto would be the character you run with Gion, right? Because he's buffing Arrow. Nah, bro, we still rocking Mortify to this day. To this day! So it just became a thing that it's like, okay, we'll run him as a DPS then, because he's not going to be buffing Mortify, right? Or Gion, because there's Mortify. So what the hell is Alto left to? Oh, he's just a main DPS, I guess. And even that, it's like very lackluster.
Unlike YOOOO, there's a bit more working in Alto's favor, but at the same time it doesn't really measure up to the current expectations of the game.
What I mean by sloppy Granky is the fact that pretty much what he said. He's a character that's supposed to be a sub DPS or a buffer, but the way his kit is played out is like if he was a main DPS, and he doesn't really compete in either department. You've never really seen him being used as a sub DPS all that much, if ever, because there's really no need. And as a main DPS, you really don't see him being used either, because there are way better options all across the board, apart from the niche scenarios where someone will be using him for, you know, whatever reason.
Probably the main thing about Alto that holds him back is the fact that he has no proper place in the meta. Every role in which you can think to put him in is only fulfilled partially, never completely. For instance,
Exactly what I mean by sloppy, bro. He's a character that, like, you can put him everywhere, but he's kind of like, everywhere, right? He doesn't have a very specific uses to him. Example, Sanhua. Example, Mortefi. He's kind of just being thrown around all over the place, you know?
since Alto can be played as a secondary to Jian with his outro skill, but there's nothing else he can provide, whereas Mortefi can give heavy attack damage, the same attack type that Jian works with, and he can bring us some damage of his own, among other things. Alto's performance as a DPS unit is passable enough to where a sufficiently invested team can hold down a side tower in TOA, but therein lies a critical deficiency affecting Alto. He's all normal attacks. Why is that a problem? It's because he's a gun wielder. Gun wielders don't have the same built-in area coverage of other weapons, leading to him being functionally worthless in AoE scenarios. Everything from his skill to liberation powers up his normals, and gun normals
Exactly, guys. He's a character that half cooks everything, bro. That's where my sloppy comment was really going.
prior to Carlotta have 0 AoE. Heavy attacking puts you in aim shot mode, and mid-air you're also attacking only one target. For that matter, mid-air gun attacks are terrible because they suspend you in the air, leaving you totally vulnerable to enemy attacks. Alto can circumvent this by placing decoys, but overall, it's pretty tempo disruptive. His contributions to an erosion team don't really work all that well either, considering he has no synergy with erosion. Now the reason Jian can work with erosion teams is because he just does a lot of damage on his own. So for instance, Jian, Chikona, and Erover make for a strong team through individual merit, something Alto doesn't really have. As such, despite having a good playstyle and concept, in execution he hasn't been able to make a good case for it. I suppose we can talk about a 5-star character to round things out. Mind you, there are way more than 3 units to qualify for this sort of video, but for the sake of posterity, it bears mentioning Calcaro.
We're going for the GOAT, Calcharo. I know he's called Caro, but that just sounds disgusting, so that's Calcharo, Calculator.
Skip the misnaming jokes this time around and get to brass tacks. The reason I bring up Calcaro instead of Lingyang, who's definitely a grade below, is actually because of that. Prevailing Wisdom's opinion on Lingyang was already somewhat deflated even when the game first came out, but dating as early as the final beta, Calcaro was considered one of the best attackers in the game in the eyes of many. He, alongside Yinlin, established one of the first proper teams in Wuthering Waves. Back when quick swapping didn't get rid of buffs, you could switch to and from Calcaro and Yinlin and dish out incredible amounts of damage, albeit with a bit of execution. What caused him to go from a top tier to a lesser acknowledged character isn't that he doesn't do that much damage, rather how hard it is to consistently tap into that damage. It would be no exaggeration to say Calcaro's the most unforgiving unit to play in the entire game. Others might have a more strict execution window like Changli, who demands good awareness and understanding of attack patterns to reach her fullest point, but she has the benefit of a consistent baseline. Calcaro on the other hand goes from doing good damage to basically doing very little unless you play him perfectly. The problem is, even when you could play him perfectly, you could still get circumstantially screwed over by things like getting interrupted, or the enemy boss moving around a lot, or having to waste time dodging.
That's one thing with Calcharo, bro. I remember that when I learned to play that dude back in the day, I was playing him normally, and then I was like, he still feels kind of weak. I started learning how to do extra attacks, animation canceling, yada yada yada. And he was doing work, but it felt like I was getting arthritis when I compared his gameplay to like a Gion gameplay or even an Encore gameplay. So he was very, very sweaty when it came to what he did. To deliver the damage another character could deliver a lot easier. So this is something that even if you played him extremely sweaty, all these things right here could just make him be just mid, honestly.
If it was just him and a stationary enemy doing nothing, then Calcaro can actually do damage on par with high tiers. When are you ever going to encounter a situation like that though? He is by far the hardest rotation in the game, yet at the same time he greatly depends on that rotation to keep up with the current meta. So while by
He's still goated as hell, bro. He's still goated as hell, bro.
by no means does he lack inherent ability, he also doesn't reach that far either. Infrastructure for Electro has also been close to non-existent for the better part of
Bro, they hoed Electro. I'm glad he brought this up. Why do the devs hate Electro so much, bro? Dog, we got Calculator, which, well, we just talked about him. Then we got Yin Lin, which is the most left behind character out of all the limited banner characters. Then they gave us a free Zhang Liao, which to a certain degree also struggles as the top DPSs, you know, dude. He struggles a little bit compared to them, and we got him for free. And we haven't gotten no other Electro characters. On top of that, they kind of talked about those like extra abilities per se, or extra features they're gonna add to each element. Why the hell is Electro the doo-dooest one out of all of them, bro? Like, lowers the target's damage to you or attack or something. I don't give a bro, I don't care about lowering the enemy's attack. I want more damage myself. Like, the devs absolutely feel like they hate Electro. We're getting Augusta soon, by the way, and you might be watching this video after Augusta's out. And why do I have this feeling that Augusta's also gonna get done dirty, bro? And even though, yes, YOOOO is technically her best in slot partner, whereas her kit is pretty much perfectly made for Augusta, I feel like that's where it's gonna end, and we probably won't see another great unit to pair up with Augusta for a while. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong, guys, but they be hating on us Electro lovers, bro. I loved Electro. I started playing this game for Calcharo and Yin Lin, and ever since then, we got Yao. That's it.
Version 2, as there simply hasn't been a new Electro attacker or support prior to Augusta, and with Augusta being a main attacker, that's gonna be even more adversity for Calcaro to deal with. A support would be nice though, since right now it's just Yinlin. A strong secondary, don't get me wrong, but I mean like a dedicated secondary in the same fashion as Chacona, Phoebe, Lupa, and so on. Or that's what I would say if not for a massive elephant in the room, Shangli Yao. Shangli Yao's playstyle attributes and properties are so ridiculously similar to Calcaro that his very presence alone presents a major proverbial wall for the latter. Anything that can directly buff Calcaro will also buff Shangli Yao, and with Shangli Yao having a stronger baseline than him, better ease of use, and a higher ceiling as well, it only further underscores the need to play Calcaro when possible.
Yeah, as much as I hate to admit, Zhang Liao replaced Calcharo with the swiftness, bro.
Perfectly just to get him to a competitive level. Both units are main attackers, both are Electro with scale of liberation damage, both have an ultimate that gives them an empowered state and alters their attacks, and both have a forte circuit that charges into a big explosion during that ultimate state. To give you a point of reference on how overwhelmingly stacked the odds are against Calcaro, his liberation time holds out for 11 seconds with a cooldown of 20. You have 11 seconds to execute your full rotation. On the other hand, Shangli Yao's liberation time is 24 seconds with a convenient cooldown of 25. He can sit around doing his taxes, doing his laundry, making dinner, binge watching a Netflix show, and still have enough time to finish up his rotation.
Yeah.
I know it feels bad.
This is one of the things that I like to bring up when we talk about Yao, because some people like to, you know, talk down on Yao. Yao has a very good, like, rotation to his kit. And the fact that he can be played so smoothly, whether you're using him as a main DPS with like a hyper carry comp, or you're using him on a quick swap comp, he just flows very nicely. He flows very well with either one of those comps. And that's one thing that Calcharo, no matter what, even if their damage was identical, he can't compete with. Calcharo is very stiff, and you gotta sweat a lot to get that damage output out of him.
To make comparisons between characters when most of the time there's enough nuance to differentiate the two, but even a casual player can spend 10 minutes reading and watching what both characters do and arrive at the same conclusion. That conclusion being not only is Calcaro unforgivingly stringent on time, but any opportunity to improve his current standing in the meta gets effectively hijacked by a character who fits the same exact niche as him. Granted, there's no rule against having two giant paint bubbles. If you're a big fan of this playstyle, you can run both Calcaro and Shangli Yao in different teams. But, like I mentioned earlier, we haven't had a new Electro support come out in a while, and unfortunately for both of them, Augusta is an Electro main attacker, and if version 2 is any indication, she'll be just as strong as the likes of Cardedia and Zani, if not potentially more so. Altogether, I would say it's a combination of failing to make a big enough splash at the beginning, and then taking too long to make up for it that led to these units having quote-unquote failed in the eyes of many. It bears repeating, from an objective point of view, I'm sure you can still use Alto, Yuanwu, and Calcaro, and they're able to contribute to your endgame completion, but in relativity, it's a hard sell to convince a player to choose them over literally anyone else.
Those are characters you use when you first start the game and you haven't pulled on any banner. You get those from the standard banner as you're first going up. You put a little bit of resources into maybe your Calcharo, helping you, you know, clear content at the very beginning of the game, and then you move on. Sadly, that's the reality these characters face.
There'd be potential for them to be strong in the future. Absolutely. Chisha used to be in the same situation, and now she's a lot better. But Kuro would have to almost explicitly target just those units if they want that to happen. But who knows, I've seen them do a lot of things over the past year. Anyway, what do you guys think about the units I talked about today? Do you agree or disagree with them being considered failed characters? Let me know in the comments down below. That's it for today though, so if you enjoyed the video, I'd appreciate it.
Alright, that was a good video, man. Look, I gotta agree, man. At the end of the day, it's a gacha game, and some of these characters were doing something at the beginning of the game. Like, there were people that used Alto to clear content, Shishia to clear content, you know, Calcharo. I cleared all of 1.0 and 1.1, maybe 1.2 as well. I don't remember, with Calcharo. Every hologram, tower, everything. But it's now, you know, a different era, bro. The characters work different. Synergies are way different. And while I do think that these characters nowadays could be considered failed characters, I just think they're relics of the past, bro. They're characters that were great when they first came out, or at least usable. They were able to get the job done. But with the ever-changing, you know, mechanics of the games, you know, the enemies and the characters themselves, these characters are left behind, and you shouldn't spend time really trying to make them work. Unless you really like their design. If you really like their design, by all means, go ahead, but you might just be wasting a little bit of resources. That's going to be it for me. I do hope you've enjoyed the video. Let me know what characters you considered failed characters, bricked characters, straight up doo-doo characters in the comment section below. For now, I'll see you guys on the next one. Peace. All right. Augusta is L4. Her name is the same level as Cardathea. What you mean by that? Banger video. That was a pretty good video. So far, you guys have been sending me some good videos, man. Low key. I've been enjoying the video y'all sent me, bro. Hold on, my Discord is still acting weird, bro. There we go. YOOOO. Yo, fuck YOOOO, man. That 40-year-old toddler stay smoking, bro. Alright, what's the next video that you guys had me watch? What is this one? Why Gion is a free-to-play trap? Why is this video funny, bro? What are the comments? Let's see. Saint crying. Oh, boy. Saint. Why is everybody talking about Saint Tontus? Saint. Oh, boy. Well, let's see what this video is going to be about, chat. This is going to be interesting, bro. Yo, appreciate you dropping the dono link. Guys, if you have a Twitch Prime just laying out in the cut, bro, or if you got 99 cents under your chair, feel free to become a member on YouTube or Twitch. It would greatly help me out. All right, we got who was this video by? I didn't even pay attention, bro. Rene. I don't know who that is. I sub to all these people because you guys send me these videos and I don't want to lose them, so I sub up to them, but I do not know. I know who Juice was. I do not know who this guy is. And I know Vars because I reacted to another video from him not too long ago that you guys sent me. So yeah, Saint Glaces Gion. Oh, that's why everybody's talking about Saint in the comments. Okay, I'm guessing he doo-dooed on Gion right now on this video. I guess he doo-dooed on Gion, bro. Let's see. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been watching a lot of videos today talking about bricked characters, doo-doo characters, and all kinds of scuffed characters. And somehow we landed on this here video. Why Gion is a free-to-play trap in Wuthering Waves. But before we hop onto the video, I want to ask you guys, do y'all think Gion has fallen off? Do y'all think he is a free-to-play trap? He's bricked? Or he's just as glorious as he has ever been? So let's hop onto this video and see what homeboy is cooking.
This guy sucks. Jen is...
Well, I guess that's what he's cooking, bro. Straight up, bro. Homie didn't hold back. That's a 3-second intro to the video, and homie straight up said, nah, bro, this character sucks, bro. Like, straight up. That's crazy. Okay. Well, let's see where he's going with the video.
easily the most overrated character in the game.
Oh, boy.
Calling him decent is an insult to decent characters. Often when I see people talking about Jian, people will say that he's a good value character. He's a...
Oh my god, bro. This guy got beef with Gion. Homie got beef with Gion.
great free-to-play option. He's good in both tower and whimpering ways. And I'm here to tell you that as the best Wuthering Waves player in the world, and someone
I don't know who this guy is, but hey, he says he's the best Wuthering Waves player in the world. You guys gotta let me know in the comment section. I've missed some WuWa CC lore as I was gone for so long.
who legitimately tests these, this guy is trash. And anyone telling you otherwise is spreading misinformation. Today,
Yo, dog, this man got his girl stolen by a dude cosplaying as Gion, because he's going off. He's called him trash. He said calling his mid is an insult to mid characters. He's going in on Gion like he owes him money, bro. God damn.
today we're going to talk about everything that makes
Hold on. God damn, that's
Anyone-
crazy. Oh, we lagging. We lagging right now,
He's
chat.
good in both Tower and Whimpering Waste. And I'm here to tell you that as the best Wuthering Waves player in the world, and someone who legitimately tests these, this guy is trash. And anyone telling you otherwise is spreading misinformation.
Oh,
Today,
no.
we're going to talk about everything that makes GN a bad character, all the problems he has in his kit, the recent changes that made him even worse, and at the end, I'll give you a unique solution I've never seen anyone mention in order to fix his kit. And don't worry, I brought receipts to back up everything I said. One thing I don't see happening when people have these discussions is actually legitimately showing just how bad the issue is. So, we're going to be using GN on Middle Tower and comparing it to a Spectral character on the other side of Middle Tower. This is because Middle Tower is currently both Arrow and Spectral resistant, so it should be a wash. Both characters are going to
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like testing characters like this has to be done in a way that there's very little room for, like, variables. And that's already hard because we have echo substats, right? So you could have a character with amazing god tier rolls and another character with, like, very mid rolls. So if you're gonna do testing like this, I'm gonna just tell you guys, you gotta make sure that you eliminate as many variables as possible. For example, having all the characters be max level, having all the characters have their weapons be max level, having all their skills be max level, and try to have as close to, you know, peak echoes as possible, so when you do damage calculations, you could kind of see where things are, because, you know, rotations, enemy typings, and all of that is already a variable. The difference echo substats are also a variable. So this is very tricky, and as someone that spends hours on stream testing builds, testing rotations, and testing characters, there's a lot of room for error and misunderstandings when it comes to these type of calculations.
be heavy attack buffers, as the current tower actually buffs heavy attack as well. As you're watching GN perform here, I want you to just get a feel for how bad his damage is, especially compared to what you're going to see happening afterward. Often the reason why I see people saying GN is a good value character is because he's a
Yo, am I tripping, or is his Gion hitting kind of... Yo, chat. Am I tripping? Or is his Gion hitting kind of soft?
good character in WuWa and Tower, and I disagree with both of those. As you're watching this tower, I want you to keep in mind that this floor should technically be made well for him. This is because there's two sets of mobs here, meaning the total HP of this floor is lowered because it's divided into those mobs. So you're essentially getting extra damage from being able to AoE it. That means if this was a single target boss, he would have even more issues. Even as an AoE character though, he has issues there as well. His AoE is so unbelievably small, I actually had to reset multiple times in order to make it so that way he would be able to clear both mobs at the same time during his ult. If I didn't do that, just due to the nature of how his kit works, I'd have to wait another 25 seconds to get a second ultimate off to be able to actually kill it. This means that if you're locking in GN for towers, you're going to have to waste that extra time resetting to do that. Compare that to the AoE of a character like Camellia, for example, who's hitting both targets from Narnia. Her burst also hitting both targets from Narnia, and she's not condensed into a small window like GN is during her ult, and it's just a night and day difference between how the two play. And I'd even...
Okay, you know, I'll give him that. I'll give him that when it comes to, you know, you're comparing Gion to, like, Camellia, for example. Camelia's damage and the way she plays and the way she can handle single target or mobs is superior to Gion, even though both of them are similar in the aspect that they've been used for like mob clearing, WuWa, and things like that. But Camellia is better. I will say that.
I can argue that Camellia is a character that's falling off too at this point. So what does it say about GN? Obviously, mobs moving screws him over pretty hard, but that's true of bosses as well. If a boss ends up moving out of his range during his ultimate, not only is he wasting that duration of his ultimate, which he needs to get the entire thing off of to actually deal legitimate damage, he's also gaining less energy regen, which is one of the biggest issues that he has. If he can't actually hit for the entire duration of his ultimate, meaning he misses even 2 ticks of his ult, as you'll see in this run, he doesn't even get his ultimate back for the phase. And there are so many bosses that can do this too. Every Tempest variant will end up teleporting away. Morning Ikes, as you see here, will do it. There are even mobs like Chop Chops that end up running away as well. When you have a bad matchup against basically half the monsters you'll ever go against, how could that ever be a good character? His kit is just fundamentally flawed.
Bro, you know what's crazy though? Like, I agree that Gion has fallen off from being one of the top characters, and he's fallen behind a bit. He's still good, but he's not great, right? But going as far as saying he's a trash unit, he's not even mid, and that his entire kit is fundamentally flawed, I don't know. I wouldn't go as far as saying that, bro. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm not gonna say he's great. We can even argue that he's not, you know, good, or, you know, anywhere close to like the peak units. We can argue that. We can have a good conversation about that. But trash, bro. Flawed kit. That's a stretch, bro. That's like, we're talking about going from being one of the best units to trash, bro. Like, trash Gion is actually a little bit extra. Like, that might be a little bit too much.
Compensate for this, people build more energy regen on him. That means not only do you have to invest more into him because you need at least 3 pieces of energy regen on his equipment, but you're even getting less value if you end up doing that. So that begs the question, why do you even bother? This comp as a whole is more invested than the Zani comp you're about to look at. While the Zani and GN are about equally invested, both using their standard banner 5-star options, Mortefi not only has a level advantage, but also a skill level advantage as well. I leveled all of Mortefi's skills on here to level 10, whereas the Phoebe is stuck at level 7. On top of that, the Spectre Rover that we're going to look at has only level 6 skills and doesn't even have 3 of their nodes leveled. Meanwhile, the Shorekeeper we're looking at has her signature weapon, giving GN an extra 14% attack you wouldn't have normally. While you're watching this, remember what I said.
So he's not doing it with everything maxed out and all of the goodies around the same level. And that's just talking about their skills. How are their echoes looking? I hope he shows us their echoes so we got a general idea of what was going on here.
Said earlier about being single target versus having the ability to...
Obviously, though, the Zani comp will do more damage than the Gion comp. You know, first off, you have Zani out here, which is pretty damn strong when ran with PB. PB is pretty damn strong as well. And then you have Spectral Rover, which is probably, you know, maxed out. I don't know what weapon it has, but it might have dupes on it. I don't know. All I know is that this thing is definitely maxed out because we get it in the story. And these characters, this is just a perfectly synergistic team as opposed to the other team that you work with what you got, right?
While you're watching this, remember what I said earlier about being single target versus having the ability to cleave down monsters. Not only does the Flirtless have more HP at a base, but with her being the sole target, the Zani team in reality performs even better over what you see from GN here in reality. On top of that, we all know Zani's signature outperforms GN, so if we start including signatures in the equation, it starts getting even more egregious from there. I also think it's worth pointing out that GN is stealing Shorekeeper, the most universal character in the game, from other team comps, from other characters that can legitimately use it even better. Meanwhile, this comp is freeing up Shorekeeper. The comparison here is not necessarily to compare Zani to GN.
Bro, why do I feel like there's so many, like, points to it that I just feel like he has a hate boner for Gion, and I don't even play Gion. I don't care. I'm just saying, like, oh well, if you play Gion, you're going to take your Shorekeeper from your... Just run Verena, bro. You could just run Verena and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean? Like, all of these things are like random negatives that I feel make no sense to add into the argument of whether Gion is great, mid, or horrible, right? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Again, though, it's mainly to show that even with an equal amount of 5 stars and with a signature on the Shorekeeper as well, you're getting a substantially worse performance with the GN. That's without me even mentioning the other problem that GN suffers from in Tower, and that's the fact that he double dips into resistances. The reality is, while you can pair him with Chacona, I think it's pretty reasonable to say that anyone who legitimately owns Chacona is probably using it with the Cartethia, because that's just gonna do twice the damage. There is no reason to use Chacona with GN. This means that you're using specifically Mortefi with GN. What that means in practice is that not only is GN affected by arrow resistance, he's also affected by fusion resistance because he needs the help from Mortefi's damage to be able to clear. So now not only do we have the problems with bursting against mobile bosses, now not only do we have the problems with dealing with higher HP mobs, we're also doubly affected by resistances, making his value as a character even worse. As you're watching this Zani run as well, I think it's pretty obvious that I could have cleaned up this run to shave off another, say, probably even 20 seconds. You can even see me holding onto my ult at the end just because I'm messing around. I feel like I too often don't see people talking about just how egregious the power creep truly is. The newer characters actually do a ridiculous amount more damage than the 1.0 characters. And
I mean, bro, if we're gonna sit here and compare a character that came out 1 year ago to a character that is relatively fresh, that has their best in slot partners, I don't think anyone is surprised by these characters dealing more damage. But like, I don't think the power creep is to that degree where it's like, holy shit, look at this power creep. Matter of fact, I don't know how you normally clear stuff, but people are still clearing content with Gion. Matter of fact, not too long ago when they had the whole fiasco with WuWa getting increased HP, everybody was saying that they couldn't clear it, right? Well, we had some people from my Discord go in there with their Gions, and they cleared Whimpering Waste. Was it sweaty? Probably, yeah. But they cleared it. They got all their rewards, right? With their Gion. With the same Gion comps that people run, right? So it all goes down to the build, to all that stuff, but the fact is characters are progressively getting stronger. Yes, that's true. But if we're talking about a character from a year ago, still being able to hold his own in some of the endgame content and some of the content overall in the game, I don't think anybody's surprised when you say, yo, Gion with a 4-star partner is doing less damage than Phoebe, Zani, Shorekeeper, or Phoebe, Zani, Spectral Rover. Like, I don't think that's new. I don't think the power creep is that bad, right?
a ridiculous amount more damage than the 1.0 characters. And I feel like the only reason why it's discussed otherwise is because the people who give these opinions are people who use accounts with mega invested characters that have like 4 or 5 substats on their echoes. But
huh? Hold on.
Characters that have like 4 or 5 substats on their echoes.
The only people that
Invested characters that have like 4 or 5 substats on their echoes.
Isn't that the norm? Am I tripping here, chat? Hold on, you're telling me that you play this game called Withering Waves, Gathering Wives, and you don't get at least 4 substats that are decent on your echoes? What are you doing? What? Like, bro, hold on. Like, dog, like, what are we doing here, bro? Like, this is like a shitty built character, right? HP, crit rate, crit damage. This is one of my worst build characters, bro. HP, crit rate, crit damage. Crit damage, HP, crit rate. Like, this is what you normally do with your characters. Is it not? Like, am I missing something, bro? Like, yeah, you might not get a 5 roll every single time, but like 3, 4 good rolls on an echo? Isn't that like what we're supposed to do with all of our characters? Like, that ain't like, oh, you're a sweat because you have decent echoes. Like, bro, I feel like that's part of what you normally do. That's why I'm saying, like, I have people that I know in my Discord, there are CCs and other streamers that I see using Gion to clear tower and to clear Whimpering Waste with Gion. Is it sweatier? Yes. Does he deal less damage than all these other DPSs? Yes. And I'm not here to defend Gion whatsoever. I could care less about Gion. But some of these takes make no sense. Matter of fact, let me tell you this. I have not seen my Gion, chat. I'm about to look at my Gion with y'all live in the flesh. I have not seen my Gion, chat, in probably 6+ months. The last time that I messed with Gion was when I first came back to the game. I changed his forecast, and I haven't touched anything on that character. Let's go and look at his echoes. Crit rate, crit damage. Okay. Shit echoes. Heavy attack, crit rate, crit damage. Crit rate, crit damage, energy regen. Crit rate, attack, heavy attack bonus. These are the echoes of a sub account that I barely ever touched without even trying that hard. I haven't touched his echoes in literally months. And I still have at least 3 rolls without trying. I probably re-rolled these a couple of times back in the day. So, like, I don't see how getting 4, 5 echo substats, 5 is crazy. 4 is like this outlandish thing.
But even if GN isn't that good in tower anymore, and we can't really consider him like a character that can do both tower and Whimpering Waste well, at least he still does something well, right? At least.
Exactly. Like, I was reacting to another video earlier where it was kind of like the same topics. I don't know why all these videos are similar today. And I actually said the character, the DPS that I feel that has fallen the most is Gion from the original, you know, limited banner characters. It's Gion, right? I said that earlier. But I feel that some of the things that are being talked about and how they're presented they need a little bit more structure to them to make it make sense. And it's more so because you're not just saying he's fallen off, he's not as strong as other characters. You're flat out saying he's trash, his kit is doo-doo, his hair is doo-doo, his shoes are doo-doo. You're flat out saying the character is absolutely horrendous. And I don't think that's true.
He's still decent in Whimpering Waste, right? The recent changes to Whimpering Waste totally didn't kill him there, right? Right? Well, obviously GN is much better in Whimpering Waste than he is in Tower of Adversity. He still has a bunch of issues here. And one of the most apparent ones is on your screen right now. The fact that Sanhua is unironically his best teammate inside of Whimpering Waste is actually crazy to me. If you didn't know, this is because GN has a similar interaction to what Encore has, where both of them have 16-second ultimates. Meaning that with Sanhua also having a 16-second ultimate, both GN and Sanhua can double ult during the Shorekeeper ult window, maximizing the uptime for GN's ultimate. So even though you're losing out on the effectiveness of having Mortefi's buff, you're actually gaining a meaningful amount more of damage. But don't take my word for it, you'll see the Mortefi clear in the later part of this video. I will say unique interactions like this are nice, but I do think it's pretty problematic GN doesn't even have a character that works properly with his kit. We'll talk about that soon though.
Yo, I ain't even gonna lie about this part right here. I ain't even gonna lie. Is this really the best Gion team for Whimpering Waste? Can't you run fucking Mortefi or Sia Kona or something here? Is this really the best Gion team for Whimpering Waste? Legit coming at you guys with no knowledge of this, because I don't run Gion like that, as you guys saw. But this is actually kind of news to me. So let me know in the chat, because I have no idea.
GN used to actually be really good in Whimpering Waste, and that's mostly because he would kill the waves so fast he could just constantly keep cleaving them, and he wouldn't have to deal with the mobs moving away. Now, GN has a bunch of issues regarding that, especially with the elite mobs. Elite mobs always have the chance of just moving away from you because you aren't able to group them properly using your ultimate. That means in practices, many runs are going to be made much worse because of GN's small AoE. Realistically, you're not going to be able to cleave those mobs down in time, meaning mobs like Chop Chops will be able to spin dash away from you, making your run take even longer, especially on an ultra-reliant character like GN. That's not the only change that screwed over GN and WuWa though. If you guys remember, they added a mob respawn delay. I believe this was mainly to counteract the fact that characters could burst multiple ways at the same time, which by the way they can still do if they abuse the tab time stop bug, but it's worth mentioning that in practice, this change ended up harming Camellia and GN both. Why?
Yo, they did that? They added a delay spawn buff? Because when I'm out there with my freaking, what's his face? Brant, and he drops that anchor? Bro, that anchor be hitting, bro, and the next enemy spawn, they still getting hit. So, you know, I didn't know that.
Well, both of these characters have a very strict timer on when they want to be actually doing damage, and the mobs are actually respawning very often during that timer. That means in practice, Jan specifically is missing out on a bunch of spins and whimpering wastes. So much so that even with me doing the double ult rotation here, you're not even going to
They did? Okay, the higher the ping, the worse it is. Oh, hell no.
see me get a score that clears for the GN. And don't forget, this is with a shorekeeper. In practice, this change actually affects characters that want to continuously do damage like Camellia or GN, and actually benefits the characters who are waiting for cooldowns much more as a result. This is because the burst characters will burst the waves and then be waiting for their cooldowns anyway, so they don't really have to worry about whether or not the mobs are respawning. It's also kind of funny because GN has the added issue of the fact that his energy regen requirements get screwed over even harder here. If you get really bad RNG on the timings for the mobs respawning, and doubly so if you're playing on high ping where the mobs take even longer to spawn, you're gonna run into issues with getting your score up there. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like they just kind of bricked this game mode, so I'd be down for them to just straight up remove it. If they did straight up remove it though, they'd have to end up buffing characters like Jian who absolutely blow in single target situations, so why don't we talk about ways we can actually fix him? I think I have a pretty unique solution on how to fix Jian, and
Okay, look. Maybe he doesn't like Gian, right? Maybe he does think it's trash. Hands down, worst character in the game. But maybe he's going to provide a way to fix the character. And I've always said, you can drop a video, you know, with a lot of criticism to something. But if your intent is to actually see it get better, constructive criticism is highly appreciated. So let's see what he's going to tell us what the solution is. I'm actually interested.
think I've legitimately never seen another person bring it up. One of the best things you can do for games is make it so characters have iconic parts of their kit. If every character has the standard 1-2-3 rotation of being on a 25-second loop, I think that's kind of boring for the game. GN has a 16-second ult cooldown, but no character currently in the game can really help him utilize this besides Sanhua, and Sanhua's not a good buffer for him. So my solution? Give GN characters that can actually help him utilize his 16-second ult timer.
What do you mean you haven't? We've all been talking about giving Gian a dedicated support sub DPS that can synergize perfectly with his kit, buff him the right way. We have said that. I'm pretty sure we've all said that, right?
If Gian actually gets a heavy attack buffer that can help him utilize that timer, or maybe even a support unlike Shorekeeper who has a shorter rotation time, then he'd be able to make use of his unique mechanic of being able to keep his ultimate up. Then he'd have a unique use in being able to keep his ultimate up throughout most of the fight. This would give him a unique identity of constantly being on field as a main DPS and playing him through the majority of the fight. It'll help increase his damage by a lot, which he isn't able to do now because supports aren't actually properly utilizing his kit. And I think it gives him pretty unique flavor within the game. I feel like this is a great way to make GN's gameplay nice and fast, while also making it so he has a unique playstyle outside of say just like Quick Swap to end up shortening his rotations. There's another solution he needs to see as well, but it's a more boring one. He does need his energy regen lowered, and that's because a character like GN doesn't really need to be a character that's hard to build. I'm pretty sure GN at his core is supposed to be a more simple character. He also just doesn't have the damage to even justify making him harder to build, so I don't really see the reason to make his energy regen requirement so high. What the exact number should be, I'm not sure, but whatever it is right now is not working. If you guys want to see more content like this, I'd appreciate if you guys commented, subscribed, hit the notification bell, all.
Boy, okay, so I thought the video was a little bit all over the place. I'm gonna just break down what I thought about it. First off, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Gian is trash by any means, because if Gian is trash, what the hell are characters like Encore, Calcharo? Like, what are all these other characters that are also DPSs that are per se below him? I do think that, like we were saying earlier, he's a character that requires a lot more investment, and he's a character that sadly suffers from the fact that Kuro forgot that him and Jinshi and Yinlin exist because they don't give him dedicated supports, right? the ceiling for a character like Gion is pretty high. If they introduced a sub DPS or support character that buffs Gion's specific playstyle, you know, maybe like he was saying, make sure he can stay on the field a lot longer, buffs his heavy attack, arrow, all that good stuff, Gion would spike up once again and be a very strong character. Right now, he is towards the bottom of the barrel when it comes to the DPSs, right? When we have characters that we could talk about like Cardathea, Zani, right? Furlova, all of these characters that are at the top of the food chain, yes, he is low tier in that regard. But by no means is he a trash character. If you enjoy the way he looks and you want to heavy invest into him, you will be able to clear content. You might have a harder time clearing content than you would with a lot of the newer characters. But that's just my take. At the end of the day, it's very subjective. I could think, for example, Brandt is the greatest character in Withering Waves. You guys can think he's trash. Let me know in the comments section of this video what you guys think about this video and about Gion overall. Appreciate you guys for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Peace. Boy. His ER requirement sucks. True. Alright, let's see what you guys are saying, bro. What he says is a supporter with 16-second cooldown ult. Currently, Mortefe's ult has longer cooldown. Gion has to wait for him. Well, yeah, but like that, I feel that we have all specifically for the longest time said that Gion needs a dedicated partner, right? So a dedicated partner would be something that specifically works into his kit, therefore having a short cooldown on their kit, having the ability to buff heavy, having the ability to buff arrow, so their rotations feel smooth. I feel like that's what we've all been saying, right? Since forever. So like, you know what I mean? Gion needs like 130, 140. It's so high. Yeah, it's pretty damn high. True, true, true. Brandt is the more versatile character. Facts. The Brandt Glace is real, bro. Yup, as an S3 Brandt enjoyer, I agree. He is the best. As the representative of the Brandt Glaze Club, I gotta say, he is pretty goated, bro. WuWa of Wave Spawn Timer is pretty horrendous. Nerfs Camellia and Gion for no reason. I agree with you. I agree with, you know, because I don't really notice it as much because I use really quick swap comps, and obviously my teams are kind of cracked at this point. But, like I said, I've seen people play with Gion, and you do notice certain things. You do notice how it's a lot harder to deal the same type of damage and do the same type of rotations that you get with other characters. But at the same time, it's just, once again, it's the words, bro. It's the words, like trash, things like that. It's just like he says in that video that anybody that says that Gion is good is, you know, spreading misinformation. I also think that saying the character is trash is equally as bad as the other, right? But that's just me. That's just me. I ain't the Gion main, so hey, for those Gion mains, hey, when y'all see me drop this video, go off, man. Let people know. All right, let me see what the last video y'all send me is, because goddamn, we on a roll. Can Augusta save Electro by a guy named Tunda? Hey, bro, at this point, not even Jesus can save Electro. Them devs hate Electro, bro. They hate us with Electro, bro. Why they hate Electro so much, man? That's crazy. Yo, blah, welcome to the stream. By the way, anybody that I haven't said hi to, we've been locked in with some reactions because they posted quite a few videos for me to react to on Discord. So we've been going on a roll of reactions now. Plus, we got Augusta. There's not a lot to do in WuWa anyway. So tomorrow we'll be reacting to more content. And for today, I just want to see what all these people that are posting videos are talking about, bro. Electro is giga cucked for real. Yo, what up, Jose? Welcome to the stream. Skull CJ, Rene is a pretty much known rage bait CC in the community. Oh shit, word. So was that like a rage bait video for all the Gion fans, bro? Because I'm going to post my video and I'm going to be like, Gion sucks, question mark, bro. People going to think, yo, this man dissing our character, bro. Yeah, I was just reacting, man, okay? And I do gotta edit that video because for some reason my freaking like internet was lagging, bro. All right, let's do our last reaction, and then I'm gonna play for like a good 5, 10, 20 minutes, and then I'm getting off because I'm freaking hungry and I don't even know what time it is. It's 11, so I'm hungry. Okay, let's see what this reaction is, or what this video is about. Ladies and gentlemen, Augusta is blessing the world of Wuthering Waves. We are going to be summoning for her, or we might have already summoned, depending on when this video drops. And we're getting her S6R5 because she's waifu. But with that being said, there's a lot of people wondering, will Augusta save Electro? Because us that know, and for those of you that don't know, it seems like the devs hate Electro characters. I don't know what it is, but they've been cucking Electro since the dawn of time, bro. First off, they gave us some weird Calcharo kit that was different from what it used to be way back in the day. He was very, very awkward to play. Then Yin Lian came out, and now she's fallen off. Biggest fall off in WuWa history. And then they gave us the only other Electro character to have dropped since the game released, Yao, and they gave them to us for free. So now we're at the point where all the Electro characters are kind of doo-doo. They're doing their thing. Yao does his thing, you know what I'm saying? Calcharo, I guess, can help new players. Yin Lin is hot as hell. So they do their thing, but in reality, it's probably the weakest element in the game. So can Augusta finally bring Electro to its true and deserved glory? Let's go ahead and see what this YouTuber has to say.
With Augusta's release being soon, I had a thought. Electro currently really is not that powerful of an element.
Yeah.
And honestly, it hasn't been in quite a long time.
It's never been one of the powerful elements. We've been getting hoed since the dawn of time, bro. I was a Calcharo main, bro. Come on now.
For most of the game's lifespan, Electro hasn't really had a big heavy hitter character, but I suspect that Augusta will change that. So let's talk about the history of Electro during the lifespan of Wuthering Waves.
Okay.
Starting with the game's release and the 1.0 Electrocast. And I'm gonna be completely honest here, the 1.0 Electrocast had a very big leg up over the other elements,
yeah,
because it had 2 5-star characters. Something no other element was able to say. However, even with this golden opportunity, it somehow managed to squander it.
We started somewhat strong when Calcharo got Yin Lian, right? And then it was feeling pretty damn good. And then they fumbled it, bro.
Our 3 Electro characters on release were Calcharo, Yinlin, and Yuanwu. Yinlin did take 2 extra weeks to come out, but I'll still talk about her for the sake of discussion.
Okay.
But first, let's talk about Calcharo. Calcharo was a character that a lot of people, including me, thought was very good at the launch of Wuthering Waves.
Hey, he was!
Simply because we had not
What you mean
tasted
you thought?
real power yet. A lot of people glazed Calcharo because he was so awesome and so cool, so a lot of people simply re-rolled to get him from the beginner banner.
Hell yeah, coolest character in Wuthering Wave on launch, bro. Shit, I'm gonna play these games for the waifus and the cool looking characters, bro.
And even if they didn't re-roll, they chose to get him from the free selector or the choice beginner banner. So a very large amount of accounts ended up actually having Calcharo on them. It also doesn't help that during beta, Calcharo was an incredibly powerful character because swap cancels did not get rid of Ultra Skill effects at the time, meaning that the Calcharo Yinlin quick swap duo was one of the most dominant teams during beta. Calcharo was also nerfed between beta and the game's release, so a lot of the things that people had seen from Calcharo during the game's beta simply ended up being incorrect compared to the in-game version of Calcharo.
Bro, they did Calcharo so dirty, it was actually sad. They changed the way he synergized with a character like Yin Lin, right? Like they just said. And they also made Calcharo arguably weaker. And I'm pretty sure they did that so people would want to pull Gion, right? Like, we can't have Calcharo be too strong. They got to pull Gion, bro. It was just depressing.
So while people believed Calcharo was a powerful character, in reality, he ended up having a lot of quality of life issues and clunk to him. It doesn't help that liberation damage dealers at release were stuck with Gen Shin, who, as we now all know, is not that good of a character.
He lays
So the
bricks.
second that we got into the actual hard stages of Endgame, and the second people started building up their GNs and their Havoc Rovers and their Encores, people kinda started to realize that Kolcharo wasn't really that good of a character.
Hey man, listen, I don't know, because I still like, you know, Kolcharo's playstyle, but all I gotta say is this. My Kolcharo carried me through all of 1.0, clearing every hologram, 30 stars on tower. He carried me through all of Mount Firmament. He cleared the hologram there as well, and he was still clearing all content with max stars, max rewards. And I don't think I had him duped up like that. I don't think I had his weapon duped up. I don't think my Yin Lin was duped up. So while maybe he wasn't the very best, he was still doing work, bro. Kolcharo was still doing work.
Yuanwu was always seen as a bad character, though.
Yeah, he
Nothing really
trash.
changed there. He just has an utterly useless kit that you're kinda just not using for anything. And then we got the release of Yinlin. Now, Yinlin is a character who was glazed a ton when she came out, which, in my opinion, was not for good reason. Sure, on her release, she was an incredibly powerful...
Did you guys see that jiggle right there?
Was not for good reason. Sure, on her release...
That alone right there is more than enough of a reason to glaze all over Yin Lin, like all over her, bro. So I don't even understand where... I'm just saying, bro. There were very valid reasons to glaze Yin Lin.
She was an incredibly powerful character because she just did so much damage at the time. Remember that at the time, GN was the absolute peak of damage output, and people very much still believed Kolcharo was a good character, and a lot of characters simply didn't have very good buffers, which meant that Yinlin's kit, which just kinda did a lot of damage, ended up being a very good fit for all of the DPSs who did not yet have a good support.
Yeah.
If you were playing someone like Chixia, for example, your best buffer was Taucha, who we all know is not very good as a unit. Even during 1.0, we all acknowledged that Taucha was not good, so you'd rather have the personal damage of a Yinlin in that composition. Yinlin also ended up being played a lot with Kolcharo. Her Ultra skill was perfect for
Yeah.
Kolcharo, but because of Kolcharo's inherent clunk, most people ended up just running the two as a quick swap duo. Yinlin's role as simply being a damage-based sub-DPS who didn't really have much utility to her name for most DPS characters meant that in that role she would always have a short lifespan. She was the best liberation buffer because the competition was Gen Shin, but the only real liberation DPS we had was Kolcharo, and even he couldn't properly use the Ultra skill because, as I said earlier, most people ended up just playing the two as a quick swap duo, because
Yeah.
Kolcharo as a hypercarry is about as consistent as Brant trying to land his anchor. Yinlin did end up getting a
I will have no brand slander going on here. You watching me? You ain't about to diss my brand like that, bro. My brand has 20/20 vision. He does not be missing his goddamn anchor, bro. What are we talking about, bro?
pretty good teammate in
That's
the form of
crazy.
Jinshi, because Jinshi was the best DPS when she came out. And Jinshi also wanted coordinated attacks,
That's crazy
which
behavior.
Yinlin was the best source of due to her high personal damage. However, this role would not last long, because Jeju would come out one patch later, who actually had a better Ultra skill to use with Jinshi, meaning that while Yinlin was still a good character to run with Jinshi, she was no longer the best in slot.
Yeah, that's
She
true.
also ended up being used in hypercarry Chongli teams quite a bunch, but even then, Chongli hypercarry was not really that powerful of a team, and Chongli ended up finding her use case more so within the quickswap domain, rather than being played as a hypercarry.
Yeah.
So ultimately, Yinlin's teams were incredibly limited, and the ones she did have were very much prone to just getting stolen from her. But all of this changed when Sheng Liao came out. Sheng Liao is a character that everyone who was playing at the time managed to get, or
Yeah.
at least almost everyone, because he was literally given for free from an event. And a lot of people really honed in on the fact that this character was free. Shang Liao is an amazing free DPS. Shang Liao is so good despite being free. So many people focused on Shang Liao being free without critically looking at his performance, because most people ran one of two teams, either the Hypercarry team with Yinlin or the Quickswap team with Chongli. But something noticeable in both of these teams is that Yinlin and Chongli are both characters that have very high personal damage, meaning that Shang Liao was kind of being carried on the coattails of two characters who did a lot more damage output compared to the regular support character.
Bro, we've watched, we've watched like 4 videos today, and in every video, Yao has caught a stray, bro. Like, in every video, they've shit-talked Yao for, like, no reason, bro. Listen, this man was clearing content, bro. This man he was pretty good for when they first dropped him. Whether you were running him as a quick swap or with Yin Lin, bro, people were clearing absolutely all kinds of endgame with this dude. So, like, poor Yao, bro. Homie just been catching strays left and right from every CC today, it seems like.
Which is a pretty long way to say that Shang Liao's personal damage was not all that. When comparing his personal damage per rotation, he was already losing to other limited characters, those being Jian and Jinshi. Both of them have higher personal damage, and Shang Liao was behind by a pretty large margin. However, like I said, he had the very nice advantage of running characters who had very high personal damage of their own, meaning that Shang Liao's damage output was split a lot more throughout the rotation instead of just being all hard focused on his own field time, which brought its own benefits. But the inherent limitation of having lower personal damage, even when you run him with his best in slot support, meant that Shang Liao had very little room to grow.
Yeah, exactly, bro. He has a lot of great things when it comes to his kit, bro. I mean, yeah, sure, we got him for free, and a lot of people ran with it because he was free. It was cheap, right? You can just get his weapon, have a premium character in his weapon. But we weren't blinded by the fact we got a free character. Like, I don't know where that premise is. Zhang Liao was him when he dropped. When we got him for free, bro, he was carrying accounts. He was strong, bro. He was easily, you know, replacing Calcharo and then clearing WuWa, or I don't know if WuWa was around back there. I don't think so. But when WuWa came out, Zhang Liao was doing work in WuWa. Zhang Liao was clearing tower no problem whatsoever with his team comps, whether it was Shang Li or Yin Lin, right? So yeah, he's still clearing content to this day. Once again, yeah, he definitely fell off in terms of, like, peak damage comparisons. He ain't at the peak anymore, but he's still clearing content. So, I don't know. But I will say, everything in regards to the Electro team, they've all been subpar, right? Hopefully that trend ends with Augusta. I'm at the point where, shit, give us an overpowered character with Augusta because they've been treating Electro so bad. But I don't think at least Zhang Liao was that bad. I think to this day he still has more value. Even though one of the videos we saw didn't think so, I think he has more value than a character like Calcharo or Yin Lin, the only other characters in the Electro category.
Because his damage floor was simply lower than that of other characters. The only way to buff Shang Liao more would be to give him a 5-star sub-DPS character who had both a perfect outro skill as well as more inherent buffing within their own kit, something like Rochia's attack buff. But, as we all know at this point, this has not happened, and I still don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. At best, it'll be in a year. So honestly, Shang Liao's low damage floor kind of doomed him to become more irrelevant over time, because there really wasn't many ways that you could make sure his performance kept up with the other top dogs. Sure, he got Nightmare Thundering Mephis, and Yinlin got Empyrean Anthem, and these were both very nice buffs that the team very much could appreciate.
Yeah.
But remember that this is the same update where we got Carlotta, as well as new Nightmare Echoes for almost every single character in the game. So while Shang Liao did see a noticeable increase, so did literally everyone else. And that brings us to Augusta.
Augusta,
as we now all know, is going to be an Electro main DPS character. And considering the fact that she is the FR of Septimont, and basically Septimont's leader, I don't really see a universe in which Augusta ends up being a mediocre character. Wuthering Waves released some new information on Augusta yesterday, and from that information we can see that almost all of her damage counts as heavy attack damage, which means that she already has very good teammate options. Mortefi is one of the best 4-star characters in the entire game.
She plays wonderful with Mortefi, bro. She plays so good with Mortefi. Also, why she looks so thick right here, bro? Damn.
He has a ton of buffs in his kit, a short rotation, and actually also very good personal damage, considering the fact that he is a 4-star. Being a heavy attack DPS also means that Augusta is going to be good with Frolova, giving us a sort of dual carry team.
So pretty much right now, guys, when she drops, you're either going to want to run her with Frolova or with Mortefi. Those are going to be the two main characters that you'd run her with until we get YOOOO, which will be her best in slot partner. Sun and Moon combo. Bro, they even have a literal interaction where you literally summon the moon and then you summon the sun and it looks like they're clashing into each other. It's crazy. It's just crazy. But for now, yeah, you're going to run Mortefi. If you already have a build, by all means, rock him. And if you already have Frolova build, by all means, rock her. Save your materials, save your currency for YOOOO, for your Augusta. Now, do you need YOOOO for your Augusta? Probably not if you have these other two options. But like everything, having the best in slot for your main dedicated DPS is always ideal, whether you're free to play or anywhere in between, right?
The same way we have GN and Frolova working together, or Phoebe and Frolova. So Augusta already seems to have multiple team options, one of which being a 4-star. But as you can see, neither of these characters are perfect for Augusta per se. We don't have a Zhezha to Carlotta situation, or a Yinlin to Sheng Liao situation. Although it is possible that YOOOO is going to change this, because, well, they are paired up constantly in the story, they're paired up constantly in marketing, they even have the Sun and Moon motif. So I think it's going to be extremely silly if these characters don't work together.
They work so crazy together that I actually said for a while now that I hope they change one of YOOOO's mechanics, because it's literally currently only functional for Augusta. Augusta's the only character that can take full advantage of YOOOO's biggest value buff. So they definitely got to either change that up, or she's just going to be her dedicated support until other characters that can trigger that buff eventually drop. But yeah, it feels like YOOOO was specifically made for Augusta and for Augusta only for now.
The one concern that Augusta really has right now is the possibility of her damage output simply not being that high. But there is no doubt in my mind that this is simply not going to be an issue. Every recent DPS has been incredibly powerful. The Mono Fusion team is really powerful, the Mono Havoc team is incredibly powerful, the Cardathea Erosion team is incredibly powerful, Zani is incredibly powerful, Carlotta is still incredibly powerful, DPS Phoebe as well. I don't think there's been a single bad DPS in 2.0. I would even argue that ever since 2.0, there has not been a single dedicated main DPS character that has any sort of major downside that needs to be addressed. So I really doubt we're going...
I mean, I don't know about that one there. What about Zani needing Spectrofrazzle, but not even applying it in the slightest? I just wanted to throw that out there.
To see a situation like with Sheng Liao where his personal damage is simply lower than other DPSs. But that's just my opinion. What do you think of Electro? Let me know in the comments down below. And while you're down there, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel.
Alright, man, listen. Hey, listen. I hope that Augusta saves Electro. Electro has 100% been hoed by the devs. Everything from the very beginning to what we have right now has been a rough patch for Electro. And it's funny because even if Augusta saves Electro and she just stands right next to Cardathea as another one amazing, DPS, her best in slot is an arrow character, and we're probably going to run her with Shorekeeper, so No mono electro, not even duo electro. So yeah, man. Hey, I can't wait for Augusta S6R5 summons when she drops, and a lot of testing over the next couple of weeks. We're going to be testing all kinds of builds, all kinds of partners, and all that good stuff. So yeah, that's going to be it for the video. Let me know what you think about this video and all that good stuff in the comment section below. Appreciate you guys for watching, and peace. All right. I am done with reactions today, man. We've done 4 reactions. I think I haven't done this many reactions since forever, bro. Don't check the WuWa channel, but someone saved this poor soul I'm messing with right now. Homie's bullying over there. I can't because my computer is exploding right now, bro. I can't really go to the Discord yet. Hold on, let me go over here, bro. That was a lot of reacting, ladies and gentlemen. Holy crap. When's the banner coming, bro? The banner is coming in 12 hours, like 20 hours, some along those lines. Zanny is a flaw in Kuro's part. They should give her at least 1 or 2. Yeah, I agree. I feel that they should make it so Zanny can apply arrow frazzle stacks. Arrow frazzle, what the fuck? Spectral frazzle stacks when she's on her base form, like with her shield, right? So she's over here like hitting the enemy with her basic ass shield, and then when she turned into a Super Saiyan, the enemy would at least have a couple of stacks on them. Nothing crazy, but just a little bit. You feel me? I think that would be the ideal thing to do, right? Var's vid was the best, and before that was nice too. Yeah, I think the best video was Var's, and I think Juice, was it? I think Juice's video was the best. The one about Gion, I didn't really enjoy it too much. I felt that it was a little bit forced. I don't know, like I felt like it was too... I like to be more mild when it comes to my takes. Like I like to give them the benefit of the doubt. I like testing a lot. I like gathering other people's opinions. I like seeing other people's runs, because at the end of the day, I don't claim to be the best player in Withering Waves. Matter of fact, I'm average. I'm just an average player. I enjoy the game. So I like seeing other people's runs with him. Maybe it's my skill issue that's getting in the way. You know what I mean? So I don't know, bro. I felt like that video was a little bit too intense, bro. It went straight up to calling Gion trash, worst character practically in the game. So, And then this last one had a lot of things that did make sense, but it had some extra little things that I just chimed in. But the first 2 videos were pretty damn good. If you guys want me to react to any particular video, though, drop them on my Discord so I can start reacting to them. Tomorrow, we're going to have like 3 hours before the thing goes live. So, send me videos so I can watch them on stream, bro. Sunny and Gion, heavy attack, Shirley. Mortifee is great tier for Augusta. Yeah, Mortifee, bro, Mortifee is amazing for Augusta. He's really good. I just realized something the Win said before Cardathea was kind of useless on Arrow Rover because... What is that noise, bro? That's a long message. But yeah, I agree with you. Now, YOOOO is made for Gion also. Serna. So, I'm going to put you on some game regarding YOOOO and Gion. YOOOO will deal more damage than what's his face, Mortifee. So in terms of a team comp, right? In terms of a team comp, YOOOO will work better with Gion. But the difference is extremely small, and the damage output of your Gion is higher with Mortifee on the team than with YOOOO. But the team damage output is higher with YOOOO because YOOOO herself deals more damage than Mortifee. Right? So, as much as we tested Gion with YOOOO, YOOOO is not the character that we thought that was going to bring Gion up to new heights. She's not. She's a better Mortifee for overall team damage, but she's not that much better. She's better, but not that much better. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me make sure though my stamina, yeah, my stamina's chilling. By the way, can one of my mods do me a favor and drop the links to my latest videos so you guys can check those out? Because for now, ladies and gentlemen, we've been live for about 4.5 hours, which is what I actually figured I was gonna take reacting to all of this. But I love y'all, man. I had a great time today. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Everybody that was brand new, I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream. I had a lot of fun just yapping with y'all and reacting to a lot of these random videos, man. It was pretty damn good. But yeah, yo, have a wonderful night, everybody. I appreciate y'all. And I will see you all tomorrow. Peace.
Look like you don't care. Walking the dust off. Is that what you do? Is that all you're made?